very much. In keeping with tradition, I'll now bow to my right and to my left. And having done so, request delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable delegates, let us please be reminded that the rules and processes apply for this hybrid sitting. I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular, sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their electronic devices are muted and must always remain muted unless they are permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones, as members know. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room. In addition, I would like to take this opportunity to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on the electronic devices is properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Basic Education, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and the SALGA representatives to the House. Honorable delegates, please note that the WIPARI have agreed that the policy debate on budget votes dealing with cooperative governance and traditional affairs will be dealt with first. So we're changing the program somewhat, Honorable Nchabili. And then it will be followed by basic education. And therefore the order paper has been amended accordingly. I've also been informed, honorable delegates, that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice today. So no notice of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, will now proceed to the first and second order. Policy debate on budget vote 3, cooperative governance, appropriation bill, B3-2023, 2023 National Assembly section 77. And policy debate on budget 15, traditional affairs, appropriation bill B3-2023 National Assembly section 77. I now call on Honorable Ngadimin, Tembing Ngadimin, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, to step forward, move to the podium, and open the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the chairpersons and members of committee, members of the provincial executive committees, honorable members, fellow cabinet members, deputy ministers of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, the chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board and its members, President of the South African Local Government Association, Director Generals of DCOC and DTA, our acting CEO of MISA, Organized Labor, IMATU and SAMO, fellow South Africans, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me first appreciate the opportunity to table budget vote 3 and 15 for the Departments of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I am joined by the 2 deputy ministers who will also be assisting me in tabling this budget vote, being Prince Zolile, Benz Ngamashe, and Dear Parkstow. It is truly an honor to come to this August House to outline to you and all South Africans our plans and provide progress on the implementation of our program since our last year budget. The tabling on this budget is an important and an integral part of our democratic government, as explained by former President Nelson Mandela, when he presented to the then Senate, which is today NCOP, delivering that budget on the 1st of June, 1995. I quote Honorable Madiba, the father of our democracy, said, "Opportunities for us to account in this manner before the Senate are few and far between. We therefore value this occasion for critical engagement with the House that is central in the body politic of the nation." I close quote. It is within that spirit, honorable members, that we come before you, given that importance, to explain on how do we plan to move the nation forward. On a more negative and sobering note, honorable members, the developments in Hammanskraal are a dark mark of our democratic dispensation. And as COCTA, we respectfully express firstly our condolences to the families who have lost, needlessly so, their loved ones to the cholera outbreak. And we will systematically, with the president visiting the area tomorrow, with the Minister of DWS, to ensure that episodes of such nature do not continue. We will be, amongst other things, putting in place the Water Resilience Action Plan, which has been allowed by the minister and the deputy minister yesterday when they were outlining the blue drop, green drop, and not drop resolutions on how the report and the certification of municipalities need to change effect to ensure that we move to a better course. On another sad note, as honorable members in this house, we note the untimely demise of Mayor Tina Jomat Peterson. And we say, may her soul rest in peace and may her family find strength to continue. And as both houses, we know that we have lost valuable input from one of our own. We're at the initiating of accelerating youth economic emancipation for a sustainable future, which is the echo of what the young people of today in their month are yearning to achieve. This is the 47th anniversary of the June 16 Soweto and other related uprisings, which are encouraging us to deliver a budget vote that is inspired and looking fundamentally to the development of young people. As we draw closer to 2024 elections, the noises will be the loudest in the environment of those who will be making many promises about how they can make changes in the people's lives. As Amika Karabal puts it, and I quote, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to deliver better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future for their children. I close quote. So, Honorable Chairperson, we present this budget fully taking into consideration the plight of the communities struggling against the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. This means that ours should be the people's budgets, taking into consideration the need for communities across 257 municipalities. In respect of vote 3, the department approved budget allocation for 2023-24 financial year amounts to 121 billion. And this allocation is expected obviously to increase on an annual average of 5.9%, being 121 billion, as I had said, in this financial year, cascading in line with our medium-term expenditure framework to 135 billion in the 25-26 MTF period. The largest portion of the budget is allocated to transfers at about 364 billion, which is 95% of the total allocated budget for municipalities. And these grants include local government equitable share and the municipal infrastructure grant, commonly known as MIG, and realizing our own growth at 7.8% and 4% respectively over the MTF period. So local government equitable share comprises of about 81.8%, which is 309 billion of the department spending over the medium term. In this amount is an additional 8.1 billion to compensate municipalities for the increased costs of bulk electricity and water, as well as MIG allocation being 55 billion over the MTF period. I thought you'll clap hands. That's some significant. In respect of vote 15, the appropriated budget, and it's the first time, for 2023-24 amounts to 193 million. This allocation is expected to increase to over 200 million in 2024-25. 209 million in the outer year of 25-26. Out of this allocation, we'll take 25%, which is a transfer to religious linguistics, which is what we call CRL Commission, which translates to around 49 million in 2023-24 and outer years of 51 million in 2025-26. The theme we present this budget under is local government is everybody's business. This theme is a clarion call for action for all South Africans to come together and play their part, including the private sector, in ensuring an effective and efficient functioning of a community-centered local government. In line with our spirit of institutionalization of DDM, which is part of our constitutional democracy, enshrined and supported by our intergovernmental relation framework, ensuring that the objectives of local government are pursued as mandated in Section 152. So we bring a collective oversight accountability across all spheres of government that can bear the desired impact, one of oversight in cross-sectional planning, joint implementation, and ensuring that we ensure joint accountability, respectively, as all spheres of government, in rounding up all 9 provinces to ensure that we all deliver holistically to the people and what the people of South Africa desire. As part of our efforts to institutionalize DGM, we recognize the importance of working collaboratively with our traditional leaders, Magoshi. If you consider the Eastern Seaboard Development Initiative, for example, all indications are that a lot of the development will be taking place in areas under the custodianship of Amakos. So accordingly, they will be a critical partner as we mobilize society and our communities to ensure that our plans are put in place, informed by and grounded by their local contextual realities. No one knows the realities of our people far much better than Inkosi said. Thus far, we have already initiated initial engagement with the affected local houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. And we will be taking those engagements in ensuring that we further deliberate on how do we make sure that the principles and the lives of Invest Rural Master Plan are realized in our communities. As I said, Honorable Chair, the Eastern Seaport is one of our key demonstrations that our regional spatial development frameworks, regional renewable energy feasibility study, and infrastructure master plan, regional integrated transport, transport, yes, master plan, social facilitation, and all this key will be run hand in hand with traditional leaders. On section 154 and interventions in municipalities, we need to commit ourselves to a greater policy coherence across the three spheres of government, supported by the sound policy decision. So for us, we need to adequately ensure that local government is everybody's business and it's able to respond to the capable and the developmental state we need so collectively. So chapter 13, of course, of the National Development Plan also outlines the vision of a capable and development state. Within that, we have noted the concerns and the recently of the Auditor General of South Africa when she released the 2021-22 audit individual municipalities on the 31st of May 2023 under the theme, a culture of accountability will improve service delivery at close quote. So our main concern are those municipalities that have regressed as well as those that have not improved as per the audit outcomes report. And in this regard, DCOC will implement the following initiatives in ensuring that we change the situation for the better. We've created a multi-stakeholder approach with clear roles and responsibilities in supporting local government, including the AG. So our collaboration will be with National Treasury, SALGA, provinces, and the AG in provinces to ensure that we commence with the work that is needed in monitoring functionality, particularly employees who are sitting in the financial positions as employees in municipalities to take responsibility for the audit processes of the councils. Linked to the theme of this accountability, the ministry has also launched a local government anti-corruption forum and the local government ethical leadership institute during September last year. And this will assist us in ensuring that, amongst others, we also regulate the code of conduct for councillors, which will soon be promulgated to address the instability within councils, but to ensure that council is reminded of their accountability and consequences framework that they need to adopt in outlining all the duties that they perform in council on a day-to-day basis. The professionalization of the public service, as approved by Cabinet in November 2022, it requires, amongst other things, that senior managers across the spheres must be appointed on merit. An accountability framework and the competency framework is being rolled out by Cooperative in all municipalities to ensure that we hire appropriately, but also people who are skilled enough to take our municipalities forward. But we have also noted green shoots and signs of positivity in the report of the audits as confirmed by AGSA in their audit outcomes. For example, when you look at the number of municipalities in 2007 that fall within the category of having disclaimer or adverse outcomes, they were at around 111. Last year, the number fell to 34. And this year, the Auditor General confirmed that the number subsequently fell to 21. So moving from 111, cascading down to about 21 municipal. It is still important for us to even put more pressure to ensure that that category remains at 0. This is significant improvement. Of course, we will not celebrate, but we will still work hard to ensure that the 21 is out. But as we continue and quote the Auditor General, as she said, a clean audit outcome is not always an indicator of good service delivery and does not always directly correlate to the lived experience of all communities in a municipal area. And clean audit is one where the unqualified audit is free of material misstatement. There are no material findings on an annual performance report. And lastly, there are no material findings of non-compliance with key legislation. I close quote. I hope you have been listening very well to what the AG has been saying. With regard to local government funding, we will collaborate with SALGA to explore and propose alternative vertical funding, and we'll also come to this house to ensure that we share the views and thoughts of what could turn around financially the situation of municipalities, particularly small and rural, in ensuring that we give them more incentives and more development to ensure that they're able to get the duties and the local economic government equitable share much better. While tangible progress has been made in ensuring that their obligations are met, out of the stable municipalities, we have increased from 16 to 27, which is an increase of about 11 from the previous financial year. This cannot be celebrated because the number of dysfunctional municipalities is still glaringly looking at us at 66, but we are moving to ensure that we do change the situation. Our democracy is maturing, and competitive politics in the local government sphere ensures that we need to change the way in how we run our municipalities and our electoral system. 2021 gave us an outcome of 70 hung council, what we commonly call coalitions. The instability caused by this change in the executive due to a coalition dynamics over the past year has underscored the fact that political parties in South Africa are clearly struggling to cope. One, unscrupulous manipulation by smaller parties in fighting in council, inability to adopt budget, inability to stick to IDPs, creating more service delivery backlogs, even when funds have been allocated. So to effectively address this, we will require an inclusive approach that will be bringing to such house a coalition framework, and that will need to be passed into a draft bill to ensure that the Local Government Municipal Structures Act is amended and introduce more stringent measures and regulations to be developed to govern arrangement in municipalities where coalitions are in place and enforce some of how the coalitions need to be run. Others do believe that it is only unstable when others put a motion of no confidence, but it is only correct when they are the ones who put motion of no confidence. So legislation is desirable and important. With regard to infrastructure development, we are coming up with working with Department of Water and Sanitation, MISA, in rolling out our training program for water, wastewater process controllers, which is aimed at capacitating municipal officials in low and middle capacity municipalities. To date, MISA has deployed around 103 built environment professionals, 86 of which are professionally registered with statutory bodies as engineers and town planners to provide technical support to municipalities. And by also ensuring that with the Department of Mineral and Energy, we take all the opportunities of energy reticulation to ensure that we improve the assets of the municipality. These young graduates and experiential training are also to date at 70 in trades like electrical, civil, and town planning across the country. Out of these, 31 are females, and the remaining are 39, and are as follows. We have deployed or dispatched to Gauteng 16, to Eastern Cape 12, to Free State 7, Northwest 9, Western Cape 2, Northern Cape 1, KwaZulu-Natal 8, Mpumalanga 11, and Limpopo 4. To further this, a total of 100 apprentices in the field of plumbing, electrical, diesel, mechanic, bricklaying, and motor mechanic are deployed across the country. We intend to ensure that we support our municipalities and do much work inward as municipalities are supposed to do. Honorable Chair, my time is running up, but I would like to touch on national disaster, where in the National Disaster Management Committee is running on quite a number of disaster risk management framework, which has been adopted, and ensuring that by it will be settling in to cabinet on 30 June 2023. We have also had a support of 28 qualifying students with bursaries that are provided in undergraduate to make sure that they assist our municipalities with resilient planning for their towns and cities. We have also noted the constitutional ruling with regard to Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, which was handed down, and we will be bringing it back to Parliament for ensure that public participation is encouraged. And I do think the DM Benson Ngamashe will lead into that. And we'll also be looking into resourcing the institutions of traditional leadership and Khoisan with regard to quite a number of issues that the DM will deal with in ensuring the funds and the address of the backlog with regard to trade, which are able to make them. We'll also be giving the above with regard to result management office, which is being a war room that the department has taken forth.
As you
And
close,
and DM Tao will take us through this. In conclusion, I strongly believe that the budget debate will go a long way to add and provide the much needed advice and guidance to the possible solutions in addressing the challenges faced by municipalities. Local government is everybody's business. Play your part. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I'll do something that's fairly unusual, but you know, I have to do it because there must be a flow, and the speakers must do what they've come here to do without any disruption. So it's an announcement. The first announcement is that the secretary to the Gauteng legislature, Peter Skosane, is present, is seated somewhere in the gallery. And he may have gone out for a short while, but he's with us. So welcome him and whoever is present and is accompanying him to this sitting. The second announcement is really about a Kenyan delegation. I was told they're expected to be here at about 14:30. They are here. It's a multi-party delegation of members of the National Assembly in Kenya. The delegation is led by Honorable Fabian Multi and Honorable Fatuma Mohammed. I have a list of the names here: Cherusha Mumanyi, MP, Honorable Gideon Maiyo, MP, Honorable Jane Kihara, MP, Honorable Ali Wario, MP, Honorable Anthony Ibangendi, MP, Honorable George Koimburi, MP, Honorable Paul Chebo, MP, Honorable Rabbi Said Buya, MP. They are also accompanied by two staff members, Matan Dukuyu, staff, Ilele Isiman, staff. Thank you very much. Welcome. The delegation really is here to obtain some perspective of the South African parliamentary system. So that's why they're here in Chabilia. To have a sense of what we are doing. As we all know, I mean, I've said this over and over again in the past. They are here not to copy what we do. It's part of a study visit. We do the same as well. We go to other countries, meet parliamentarians and so on. The focus being to identify best practice and find the best possible way of adapting that best practice to our own specific set of circumstances. Thank you very much. We will then proceed to the next speaker, the Honorable TSC Dodovo. But as to don't come to the platform, the delegation must feel free. If you're under pressure and want to leave, feel free to do that at a time that's convenient to yourselves. Honorable Dodovo.
Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Minister of COCTA, Honorable Tembin Kadimeng, Deputy Ministers of COCTA, Honorable Pakstau and Honorable Bans Namashe, Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders, Chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board and all other entities accountable to the department, the newly appointed Director General of COCTA, Mr. Mbulelo Changana, permanent and special delegates, representatives of SALGA, and Chair, let me join you also to acknowledge the descendants of Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya in the 1960s, for their presence in this August House. Ladies and gentlemen, this week represents one of those saddest moments within the liberation movement led by the African National Congress. Not only did we receive the news about the passing of Comrade Tina Jumat Peterson, a member of our National Executive Committee and a former MEC and minister in government. Equally on the same day, we received the sad news about the departure from our midst of Comrade Howard Yawa, the former provincial secretary of the South African Communist Party in the Northwest, my predecessor as an MEC of COCTA in the same province. As we think about the departure of these leaders of our movement, we also remember that 9 years ago on this day, the 7th of June in 1914, a hero of our struggle, Epian Mwerani Mbeki, the wife to govern Mbeki, who together with President Mandela, Ahmed Kathrada, Elias Motsoaledi, and Dumlangeni, Dennis Goldberg, Wilton Kwai, and Raymond Flaba spent more than 26 years in prison. Also the mother to our former president, the President of the Republic, Honorable Thabo Mbeki. In fact, Honorable Chair, it's unfair and a travesty of justice that we refer her to the mother of Omgov, and sorry, the wife of Omgov and the mother to Thabo Mbeki. She was a revolutionary on her own right. She is in fact the one who recruited her husband to join the Communist Party and the ANC in the 1940s. And she steeped her family within the Congress tradition. And over and above that, when the husband was in prison and the sons were in exile, she kept the fort burning to prosecute the struggle for national liberation. And I'm going to use this moment to dedicate this speech in her honor and in her memory. Because at a time when his movement, the ANC, was facing some challenges, she reminded us of the words by Walter Benson Khubushani, who said, "Zimkile inkomo magwalandini." Khubushani was the editor of a newspaper called Izwi Labantu, and these words penetrated and permeated us in terms of what is it that we want to do. And as I said, as we dedicate this day to her memory, as practitioners within the sphere of local government, we cannot afford that izimkomo zihambe magwalandini in our presence. We must do everything in our power to ensure that local government is not only stable, but all municipalities achieve the developmental objectives of ensuring community participation, of ensuring effective governance and accountability to our people, of ensuring that there is safe and healthy environments where our people live. We must strive and do everything within our power to ensure that we address and resolve all the political, governance, administrative, financial management, and service delivery challenges that are facing our municipalities. Honorable Chair, as stated in our very own ANC Local Government Manifesto pledge in 2021, in which we pledged to remain accountable to our people, to be available for our people, to stimulate the local economic development, to consistently provide services to our people, to build a healthy environment to all of our people. This is what we need to do. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must focus on the major challenges affecting some of our municipalities, to capacitate them with the relevant and well-tailored interventions in order for them to solve different aspects where these municipalities face challenges. We put emphasis on well-tailored interventions based on the fact that the challenges facing municipalities differ. For example, others need financial resources, while others may need the technical capability to spend the allocated budgets. All our municipalities should have financial sustainability in order to function properly and to meet the constitutional obligations of providing services to our people. Therefore, Honorable Chair, in order for our local areas to be financially sustainable, it is necessary for them to have the proper financial systems in place and run the government in the way that will ensure that they deliver the services to the people. Municipalities should also have a realistic revenue collection plan that is capable of meeting the local government's financial responsibilities. Because our municipalities cannot function without collecting revenue, our communities should be encouraged to pay for the services that they receive from those municipalities. And in return, our municipalities should offer the communities high quality services. Out of the total of 257 municipalities in our country, there are currently 64 that are in a state of difficulty. Interventions by COPTA to the municipalities must be strengthened in order to help them to function and deliver services. The interventions must yield the necessary results, and COPTA must invest in efforts of changing struggling municipalities by applying proactive mechanisms to respond to report findings such as the Auditor General of South Africa reports, because these reports should act as a warning, and therefore the department and other relevant departments should act with the necessary urgency. Interventions such as placing struggling municipalities under administration through Section 139 of the Constitution should be accompanied by other elements to strengthen the interventions, such as the municipalities get out of the challenges they are confronted with. In other words, the effectiveness of the intervention must be realized with evidence in results. Honorable Chairperson, key to these interventions should be the deployment of skilled, specialized personnel and the exchange of best practices between municipalities. Our interventions should address the cause to ensure challenges don't recur. Key to the intervention should be a strong assessment of whether or not municipalities improve post-intervention and develop lessons learned to avoid not making an impact and yielding the results. The department must look at different elements of making the interventions more impactful and result-driven. The ANC, Honorable Chair, believes in the seriousness of improving how municipalities are run, especially in terms of good governance and service delivery. At the local government, the ANC has committed councillors to sign an oath that commits them to principles of anti-corruption, good governance, and commitment to service delivery. In the recent Auditor General's report, municipal findings, and the audit itself has shown some improvements and regression in some municipalities. Notably, the positives are that some municipalities improved from disclaimer audit opinions, which enables municipalities to institutionalize intervention measures for sustainability. Significant improvements have been recorded in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, respectively. The ANC supports COCTA initiatives that, together with the National Treasury and ongoing engagement in the process of the development of the municipal support and intervention plans, must be taken forward. And this must be done in collaboration with SALGA in all our provinces and in our municipalities. We welcome the support and intervention plans for the 66 municipalities with severe challenges that have been developed by the Department and National Treasury. Financial recovery plans have also been developed for municipalities placed under mandatory intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. The report by the Auditor General, Honorable Chair, confirms that the audit outcomes in the areas of governance, financial health, institutional matters, and service delivery of municipalities need effective coordination across the spheres of government to ensure that municipalities receive support so that they achieve their constitutional mandates. We call for the prioritization of post-audit support interventions. We believe the department must lead a process of working with provincial and local government in supporting local municipalities in dealing with issues raised by the Auditor General, so that there must be better financial state of local municipalities in line with the provisions of Section 134 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Audit action plans and the functionality of audit committees should be prioritized. There is a great need, Honorable Chair, to improve the division of revenue in terms of the allocation and the development of sustainable funding model for local government. And this must be done because it has been an issue that is pending for a very long time. The intention now to establish a new strategy in the department in the form of the Result Management Office with the aim of bringing project and program implementation capabilities to accelerate service delivery using the district development model approach is highly welcomed by the ANC. We believe that this will help the department in proactively running the project in a result-driven manner. The ANC, in its recent conference, the 55th conference, national conference, recognized that addressing municipal financial challenges requires a review of the equitable share formula, and this must be done in order to achieve the objective that I've alluded to. We cannot afford, Honorable Chair, to have municipalities underspending on grants allocated as communities become deprived of much needed services. And this is an area that needs to be taken forward. The role of local economic development also, Honorable Chair, is very important in local government. The LED must be positioned to be able to look at projects in our local communities that can be able to create opportunities for work and for local businesses to thrive. And we think that this is another matter that must be taken forward. In the memory of Mama Mbeki, we must say, Honorable Chair, COCTA must place a strong focus and importance on local economic development in order to address the triple challenges of poverty, of unemployment, and inequality in our society. And in conclusion, also, if people have jobs, we are saying they will be able to pay for the services they receive from the municipalities. In that sense, we believe that through the district development model, economic development should be coordinated across the spheres of government. And in that sense, Honorable Chair, as a committee and as the ANC especially, we welcome the department's commitment to enhance local governance within our areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodogo. We'll proceed to Honorable E.F.B. Smith.
I will definitely. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, fellow South Africans. I want to dedicate time to those South African heroes who stand up every morning to realize their dream of making their communities safer, cleaner, more beautiful, and a pleasant place to stay, work, and play. Those are the community members that sacrifice their time, energy, resources, and efforts to cut the grass of their parks, paint the local playgrounds equipment, make available the equipment and machinery at their own cost to get things done. Those councillors that get into ditches to help fix a burst pipe and go buy spares out of their pocket to get a problem fixed for their communities. We must say thank you to all those heroes, people who truly care about the people and keep our towns and municipalities afloat. Because without them, we would have been in big mess already, as the majority of our municipalities are falling apart as the systems is broken. Chair, the red alarm lights are flickering frantically throughout the country as these heroes can no longer keep up with the decay and system failures. They can barely keep their heads above the water and are drowning one by one under the pressure of a failed state. So the big question is, what should we do to fix this mess? Where should we start? We have heard all these plans by the ANC government. Back to basics. Does that sound familiar? Did that work? No, things are only getting worse by the day. Section 139 interventions are being thrown left, right, and center, but for all the wrong reasons. Factional battles, short-circuiting democracy to overthrow any opposition government like in Tshwane. When I asked the Auditor General yesterday if Section 139s are effective, she decisively responded by saying, no, it is too late, systems are too broken, and it is very costly with little to no substantial improvements. We should ask ourselves, how can we change our approach as Parliament to correct the shortcomings of interventions so that actions is taken early when signs of failures start to show? The problem is that there is currently too many municipalities in this crisis. The Auditor General indicated that 70 municipalities are currently financially unsustainable as they can't fund their basic operations. Yesterday, it was made public that 90 municipalities received notices on the critical state of the water reticulation systems as they are unable to ensure clean, drinkable water for their residents. And this while cholera is starting to show its ugly head all over now. Members, our country is in crisis. A time bomb is ticking at our doorstep. Another problem we face is budgets. As the volume of failing local governments is unbearable and will cost a fortune to fix, which we don't have as the government budget is shrinking due to the economic crisis we find ourselves in. Another ANC-created crisis. But this ANC government still plays games at the edge of the financial cliff by provoking the international community and our biggest trade partners by selling arms in Russia in the dark like a gangster. While in a budget crisis, this government thinks it's wise to throw some more billions of rands at the failing ESCOM. If we are really honest with ourselves today, we will all, without fail, acknowledge that the core of the problem of local government is nothing else than cadre deployment. Cadre deployment, that's the problem. It is because of cadre deployment that the capacity of municipalities to do the basics have been eroded to a stage that local municipalities spent around 1.7 billion rand in this last financial year on consultants to do the basic work of the CFOs, who get paid but don't know how to do the job. This is another fact shared with us by Tsakani Maluleke, our Auditor General. Cadre deployment is the mother of all the failures and corruption as they are at the service of the masters in the ANC instead of the public. Senior officials are summoned to report to ANC structures to take marching orders that at the cost of public funds from the municipalities. Where is the separation of powers and the separation of party and state? The mafia state under the bishopship of the ANC cannot and will not fix this mess. The faster everybody realizes this, the better for South Africa. We need change and we need it now. It has clearly been proven by where the DA governments, it has clearly been proven that where the DA governments governs, things are much, much better.
When you lie,
There
you
are
can't
only
really say
38
anything.
municipalities with clean audits or clean audit outcomes, of which 21 is under the DA-led governments, of which 19 is in the Western Cape. So the question is, why mainly the Western Cape? The answer is simple, because the DA is also in government in the province of the Western Cape, and this capable provincial government supports the local governments in the interest of the public. So why is it more
You always talk about Cape Town.
right of the Western Cape? Because the
What are you people doing in
governments,
Tshwane?
instead of doing everything in their power to undermine opposition-led government,
What have you done in
by trying
Johannesburg?
their best to destabilize these governments as to overthrow them so that they can recover the cash cows. If you really want to understand what is going on, then just follow the money. The exemption is the DA government of Midvaal in Gauteng, where they had their 9th successive clean audit outcome. That must be applauded. This is because it is a stable, outright majority DA government that the ANC cannot grab. Believe me, they have
What
tried
have you
many
done
times
in
to do.
Tshwane? What have you done in
Again,
Johannesburg?
the Auditor General used Ms. Midval as an example of excellence when she told us how the effective public participation process with the IDP and public participation process, where the IDP and budget are directly informed by the needs of the different communities, and not the other way around, where contracts are forced on communities because it is lucrative tenders with great kickbacks. So South Africans have a clear choice to make this year. You want to stay under ANC-led mafia state of greedy crooks that will sell your future for a lavish lifestyle for themselves?
How
Or do
much
you
is
want to
Helen
stay
Zille
under
paying for her
DA-led
accommodation?
moonshot pact that will fix the mess and build a better future for us all? We can make this a
Point of
reality,
order.
but then everyone that didn't vote must stand up, go register and vote for the DA-led
Point of order,
moonshot
Chair.
pact in 2024. Let's
So-
get things done.
Remember, just a minute.
I thank you.
How much is Helen Zille paying for her
There's a
accommodation?
point of order, yeah?
Yes,
Honorable member.
Yes, Mohai here, Chairperson. I would like you, Chair, to look into the Hansard. Honorable member makes a serious charge that members of the ANC in the House are mafias, crooks, and members of the ANC here
If the shoe
remains
fits,
honorable.
if the
not
shoe
being
fits,
found
you put
guilty
it on.
at any platform. So he must make a substantive motion. He's grossly misrepresenting facts in the House. Members are not allowed to do so.
No, thank you very much, Chief Whip. It may not necessarily be a point of order, but the thing really that we should be aware of, the honorable members, I'm sure all of us stray from time to time, is this whole thing of making an accusation. If we want to do that, and I mean, we want us to discuss the corruption or whatever else, please put forward the motion, substantive motion that will allow all members to debate, so that all of us are clear. There's a very solid idea in front of us, and we debate around that, and members can be free to say their say, and to go to all sorts of extremes and so on. So it's really an appeal that let's be careful about what we say, and without infringing on freedom of speech. But let's really ensure that we act in a way that assists overall to ensure that the House is not compromised, and the atmosphere is balanced and allows all sorts of views to be heard, articulated, and be heard. Honorable member, on that point I rise.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I rise on a point of order and privilege with regards to what you've just said. We will most certainly welcome a debate on corruption within the ANC. So I ask you to please put that forward. We will come to that.
You must bring back the land that you stole when I was your forefathers.
Order.
Don't come here and debate
Order.
nonsense.
The
It's a point of
honourable
order
member did
that
not
doesn't
name
exist.
any member by name.
Order.
Let's
So
debate the
point of
land
order
that your
is
forefathers
point of
stole
order.
in this
Thank you very much.
country.
But
And the
challenge
privilege
accepted.
that you've
We
been
will
getting
debate
from this
on
country
corruption
by
within
the
ANC
ANC
Senate.
government.
Honorable
White
please
racist.
take your seat. Honorable members must, I'm sure, know by now what is it that they need to do to ensure that their choice of debates become part of the program of the House. I'm sure we know what to do. So, Honorable Labuskachne, you are the last one. But first, I want to know on what point I raised.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I raise on order Rule 45 as well as Rule 69. Now, I don't know how do I do this because the other chairperson said we stand up and say this is the rule that I raise upon. I raise on these two rules.
Yeah.
Or do you
Now-
want me to read
now-
the rules?
Rule 45 is on freedom of speech.
Yes?
And Rule 69 is a ready point of order. Let's hear first what your point of order is.
My point of order is the following. Chairperson, the freedom of speech is exactly what it says. It says you have the freedom of speech in
Okay.
the council.
No, can start with that as well, but you must come to the
Okay.
point of order as well.
The point of order is, Chairperson, how can we, as members of parliament, that have to keep government accountable, cannot have the freedom of speech as it is meant to be, as ruled in the High Court today for journalists on freedom of speech, if we had a commission?
Then you must bring
in-
back the land that your forefathers
President,
stole.
the
If
Zondo
that's the freedom of
Commission,
speech that you want us to
Everything that
continue
we
with.
say in our speeches about corruption has already been in the Zondo Commission, of which the report has been tabled to Parliament.
The Zondo
Nothing
Commission
is done
speak to
about it.
specific
So I
people,
strongly
not the
take
ANC in general.
that the rule would be that we have to put a motion in to do things in speeches. I really take exception and I will refer this to the rules. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson, the
Now-
honorable member always promoting
Honorable
the
members,
Askaris.
can I plead with
These
all of
people
you?
were there when our people were being killed, but we've never
Can I
come to
plead
this
with all
house
of you?
and said they were murderers. Then all white
let's
people
not
are murderers, if that's the
abuse-
case. If that's the language these
Let's not
members want us
abuse-
to use, they must
Let's
not
not
behave this
abuse
way.
freedom of speech or a point of order to put across our own point of views. If you hold a particular view and so on, that must be debated under an appropriate topic. Now, honorable members, it's really late in the day, and we're wasting a lot of valuable time raising issues that have nothing to do with the rules of the House. So I'm really pleading with you to allow me to proceed and allow Honorable Smith to continue.
Thank you. No, Chair, I have 20 seconds left and I want to use my 20 seconds.
Chairperson, this is a separate point. There's a person sitting in the gallery using gadgets that we don't know about.
Eh?
There's a person sitting in the gallery using gadgets that we don't know about.
Persons in the gallery, if I may make a comment, are not allowed to video and take pictures of the house. Please desist from doing so. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Dodovo, if I was you, I would not, Honorable Dodovo, if I was you, I would not have revealed the fact that I was the MEC of Cooperative for Northwest, if I look at the state of Cooperative. But I also want to challenge the ANC if they have the guts to put that debate
take
on
your
the
chair.
table for corruption in the ANC, because it's a
Sit down, you
fact. Thank you very much.
Take your chair. Honorable members, I know that temperatures can go up, but please avoid the extremes and please do so by not doing anything. Do not do anything at all that harms the image of the House. Otherwise, we come across very negative to millions of people out there who are expecting positive things, constructive engagement to emerge from our house. So it's an appeal. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Williams. Honorable Williams, MEC of Cocta in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you, the Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister of Cocta, Deputy Ministers, Pakstau and Zolile Benz Namashe, members of the House, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Chairperson of SALGA, President, the Chairperson of the Demarcation Board, all the distinguished guests in the gallery, all South Africans that are watching us as we proceed with these proceedings today. Greetings this afternoon. Chair, I am pleased to participate in this debate of the 2023-24 Budget Vote 3 and Budget Vote 15 of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. On the 26th of May, our Minister, Honorable Teming Kadimeng, together with his deputies, presented what one would term a budget that presents hope to all and sundry in local government. They were ostensibly buoyed by the spirit and mood which undergirded the hope contained in that budget. And I hereby join them in the spirit of making local government everybody's business. The minister and deputy ministers delivered the budget votes few days ago. And today we are celebrating the Youth Month. And allow me, Chair, to say to everyone that the determination and stoicism of the youth of 1976 has presented everyone in this parliament to be able to speak without fear and raise his or her opinions without being afraid of repercussions. We must remember that it was in June 16, 1976, when the youth of this country showed resilience and fought against the system of apartheid with forcefulness and determination. It is sometimes easy to forget where we're coming from. It is even possible in the midst of the flurry of the rush of events to forget the history of this country. But it is critical that as the ANC-led government, that we take stock and recalibrate what we set to achieve in the 2019 ANC elections manifesto. April 1994 marked a decisive bridgehead into democracy. In the last 29 years, the ANC government has steadily consolidated the democratic breakthrough in depth and breadth. Electoral democracy is reigning supreme in all the three spheres of government. No one, Chair, can dispute this. In this year of the decisive action to advance the people's interest, I can't agree more with the contents of the 2023 budget vote 3 and budget vote 15. More so when it articulated that it acknowledges the existential difficulties, which includes the sluggish economic growth, the energy crisis, inflationary pressures, water insecurity, net effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and the depressed fiscal state of municipalities. We have recently witnessed the breakout of large-scale war in Europe with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, impacting negatively on the global economy and international relations, and with major implications for geopolitics and geoeconomics. This has caused a spike in the prices of goods and services in our country. To this end, I would want to support the Minister, Thembi Nkadimeng, and quote her verbatim when she said in her budget speech that she supports the decision taken by the National Treasury to conditionally write off municipal debts as they announced during the 2023 budget vote, that a conditional write-off of debt owed to ESCOM by municipalities as an urgent step to stabilize the energy sector. Whilst there is that conceptualization, I must hasten to say this is a decisive decision, Honorable Chair, which will put most municipalities in the financial sustainability path. Chairperson, the reforms of the past 29 years in local government have been life-changing to huge segments of our society and must be analyzed and interpreted in a way that assists our strategic and tactical posture going forward. Whether further progress is made in this journey, and indeed whether there are reversals, is a function of the balance of forces and the capacity of the transformers both to shift and to respond to this balance. But from where I'm standing, Chair, we have managed to transform state institutions and put in place formal instruments of accountability. We also created spaces for organs of civil society to participate in the process of governance. The involvement of communities in governance is the cornerstone of our democracy. The department does not view community participation as an end in itself, but rather as the crux of a people-centered approach to development. In this context, communities should not be viewed as passive participants, but as active agents for change. We celebrate, Chair, the increase in the budget vote for traditional leaders, especially focusing on the tools of trade, because this has been a sore point. We thank the leadership of the minister and their deputies for this decisive decision. It's time we accord traditional leaders the respect they deserve. We are aware that some already try to drive a wedge between this institution and the government, using these matters as points of interest. This budget gives hope and provides clear determination by the minister to make local government work and become indeed everybody's business. Municipal service delivery should be accelerated.
As you
with the-
conclude, honorable member,
with the budget allocated for both the municipal infrastructure grant and equitable share. We would like the minister and their deputies to fast-track interventions on declared disasters. Our people remain trapped in impassable roads and bridges due to disasters. We therefore, Chair, support both Budget Vote 3 and Budget Vote 15. Without further ado, Chair, as the minister has tabled the budget, we claim that this is a budget of hope. Thank you
please
very much.
conclude.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Emmy Kumalo, MEC for cooperative governance in Gauteng. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chairperson of the House, Honorable members of the NCOP, the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, the people of Gauteng. The Gauteng Provincial Government appreciate and support the budget vote as presented by the Minister. We want to echo the same words that have been echoed by our colleague from the Eastern Cape, that this budget is a budget of hope. The milestone we have achieved can easily be overshadowed by the plagues that are facing many municipalities. As Kwame Nkrumah said, I quote, "Those who judge us by the heights we have reached will do well to remember the depth of which we come from." We therefore appreciate the budget because it will enable us to do the following things. First, it will enable us to support municipalities in terms of service delivery through the grants that have been approved in the budget itself. It will also enable us to work with municipalities to ensure positive audit outcome and strengthening the fire capacity of the different municipalities. Honorable members, as we begin the last full financial year of the fixed administration of our province, we are focused on improving services and living condition of the people in township, informal settlement, and hostels, what we call TISH in short. Our immediate task is to stabilize local government and manage coalitions. We are working with the people of the Gauteng to implement these particular programs. Honorable members, we are also pleased that this budget, as presented to the Parliament itself, would assist us to further deal with the outstanding work that we have as a province. We are not oblivious to the challenges and tasks ahead of us, who are driven by the desire to make service delivery not only an ideal, but a lived experience of the people. As custodians of local government and service delivery in the province, our responsibility is to ensure that municipalities discharge their constitutional mandate and responsibilities. The budget, therefore, is a continuation of our commitment to building a people-centered, capable, ethical, and developmental state. Honorable members of the House, a greater sense of urgency fuels our determination to build the economy and improve infrastructure. Building a viable municipal infrastructure for effective and efficient delivery of services to communities is a key driver of much needed inclusive growth and sustainable development. Therefore, the budget constitutes part of responsive and people-centered government. And it has, in so many ways, responded to challenges such as the sewer spillages, aging infrastructure, as is being experienced in many communities. Honorable members, the economic impact of COVID-19 global pandemic has negatively impacted on municipal revenue, further hindering their capacity to deliver services to their people. The department therefore continues to to capacitate municipalities on a differentiated approach to collect revenue and manage their debts. We therefore are happy that the budget did talk to this particular matter insofar as the debt management of municipalities are concerned. However, Honorable Minister, we want to register our concern that the conditions that are part of Circular 129 are so stringent that it will make it a bit difficult and challenging for municipalities to survive. We will continue to provide support to the district municipalities that we have in Gauteng, and the budget as presented before us enables us to help those particular municipalities. So the government debt reduction strategy was implemented in the 9 municipalities in the province. The success of this strategy has resulted in improved communication and relationship between government departments and municipalities, as well as reduction in the disconnection of critical services. The AG reports paint a bleak picture on the state of municipalities, which are plagued by financial mismanagement, administrative instability, and collapsing municipal infrastructure. We are strengthening our collaborative effort with SALGA and Auditor General to improve the audit outcomes of municipalities. The Auditors General previous financial years highlighted, amongst others, that municipalities are plagued with poor governance, financial mismanagement, collapsing municipal infrastructure, and lack of accountability. In response to AG's findings, we initiated the accountability and ethical conduct training to capacitate municipal officials and councillors with the goal of providing knowledge, understanding, and anti-corruption issues in the public sector. Honorable members, we are also witnessing instability in the local government in our province. We are continuously working with municipalities to strengthen conflict resolution capacity in coalition government across the province. The stability of administration should withstand the changes in the council political leadership. The impact of coalition governance has been frequent change of official decision-making and reporting accountabilities. Because of unstable administration, there's been uncertainty of management positions, interference in administration, appointment of staff, and supply chain management. Service delivery has been compromised because of this instability to adopt budget, change of priorities, and decision generally in a number of municipalities. There is an initiative at the provincial level to review current policy frameworks, which we hope that the national government would support us, these which are applicable to coalition, with a view to understand gaps and propose policy options and position moving forward, including the issue of whether the manner of constituting these coalition is consistent with the democratic principles and values of our constitution. We are finalizing, therefore, the report on the study on the impact of coalition government in the municipalities of Gauteng. This report will guide our work as we undertake a review of governance model in a municipality. We hope in this regard to work with the national minister. Honorable Chairperson of the House, we believe that the provision of individual and organizational capacity supports the development of the 11 municipalities, which will improve municipal performance and enhance service delivery. With regard to a number of ward committees, we are pleased to indicate that many of the municipalities have established these ward committees. These are intended to ensure that public participation, as also referred to by the speech itself, is engaged with by different municipalities within our province as such. We take note that Tshwane has not been able to fulfill this task. Through the collaboration between COCTA, National, SALGA, and IEC, municipalities are supported to establish these ward committees. Furthermore, municipalities are supported to promote participation in community-based local governance processes through the asset-based community development approach. We are also finalizing the review of the Gauteng Special Development Framework to fast-track special transformation and maximize our impact. We're also strengthening our support to and the role of municipalities on the implementation of IDPs and the DDM in collaboration with Treasury and the National Department. The voter apathy that we have witnessed in the last successive election is an indictment on a democratic system. As part of strengthening democracy, we will be implementing a comprehensive civic education program to create awareness, promote voter registration and voting itself. We will be in conversation with communities on the importance of strengthening democracy. Indeed, as government, we are resetting our research agenda at the center of local government. Cultural heritage forms an integral part of our social fiber and must be preserved. COPTA continues to support the institution of traditional leadership, and we're happy with the pronouncement that the minister has done thus far. Great strides have already been made in the implementation of policies, norms and standards, systems and regulatory framework in the scope of traditional affairs. The Commission on Traditional Leadership Dispute Claims in Gauteng was launched by Premier of Gauteng on November 2022 to resolve the claims and dispute guided by the claims register. The Provincial Disaster Management, working together with the National Management, has finalized the provincial risk profile and currently is in the process of aligning such two strategies. The PDMC is also working with municipalities and sectors of department in the province to review the risk.
As you conclude, Honorable Kumalo.
As I conclude, Chair of the House, we remain committed to rebuilding and renewing a capable and developmental state, to reorganize the way government interacts with people, to rebuilding and improving local government, and to improve public accountability, responsiveness to the needs and concerns of our people. We convey our heartfelt condolences to the families who lost their loved one in Hammarskraal. This is a serious indictment on all of us. We should avoid the blame game and rather focus on finding the lasting solutions in that particular community. In this regard, we call for cool heads and working together to resolve the problems. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We therefore support the budget as presented by the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the EFF. Amin.
Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. We reject the budget of this department as it fails to perform its oversight role on the functionality and good governance that is expected from all spheres of governance. Proving once again that the district development model is not playing its intended role, as there exists no coordination between municipalities, district municipalities, and provincial government. We are also concerned at how the select committee was turned away by the Gauteng MEC upon arrival to perform an oversight on Gauteng municipalities. Not only was this wasteful expenditure, but it shows a lack of seriousness for accountability. The EFF rejects the budget of a department that has no support base or monitoring tool for municipalities and repeatedly receives disclaimed audit opinions in municipalities such as Joe Morolong local municipality in the Northern Cape for the past 7 years. Chairperson, last week, the 2021-2022 Auditor General's report was released, and it outlined how out of the 257 municipalities, only 38 or 14.7% achieved clean audit outcomes for the period under review. This a consequence of skills shortages, poor accountability, and poor leadership. Local government continues to be characterized dysfunctionality, financial mismanagement, council and administrator instability, and crumbling municipal infrastructure. We see this dysfunctionality of these municipalities through the service delivery protests held every day in this country, some which unfortunately have fatalities. Minors such as Pilasande Yende, a 13-year-old in Kwakuqa Township in Mpumalanga, Talent Msibi from Kodno local municipality, and many others whose bodies depict the misgovernance of this country. We note with concern that 52% of municipalities owe their creditors more money than they have available in the bank, as they continue to spend money they do not have, with a deficit of 11.9 billion. It is not clear what the revenue enhancement strategies of the municipalities are, revenue generation still continues to be a fundamental problem that needs to be addressed decisively. The main source of revenue for municipalities remains rates and taxes paid by property owners and consumers of municipal services. This includes government institutions that are not up to date with payments. However, this method is out of touch with South Africans' reality, such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality that limits meaningful economic participation. Home ownership has become a burden, adding to repo rate regular increases that the economic climate dictates that it is no longer realistic for municipalities to largely rely on rates and taxes alone. To date, there exist no credible billing systems put in place. Municipal infrastructure in the main remains a cause for concern as the alarming rate which it is debilitating and not being maintained as the country has load shedding implemented by ESCOM. Many municipalities implement municipal load reductions as seen in Mkondo local municipalities where residents face 6 to 12-hour daily blackouts. Furthermore, Chairperson, we register a concern of unfair competitive procurement practices, a lack of transparency, and an inability to build proper internal capacity within this department. It is with great concern that municipalities rely on consulting companies, to perform even the most basic of functions. It is worth noting only 4% of the municipalities that used consultants received clean audits at a cost of 58.2 million. Another 74 municipalities that used consultants ended up with the qualified findings, having spent 665 million on consultants. 94 municipalities spent 580 million on consultants, only to emerge with unqualified findings. 6 municipalities spent 176 million on consultants and emerged with adverse findings. 15 municipalities spent 128 million on consultants, but still received disclaimers with findings. What is more tragic is that under the watchful eye of this department, documents are rigged to give an impression of good, clean, and credible governance. But this amounts to nothing but deceitful practice of ongoing crises of corruption and maladministration. They claim easy victories, all because they mastered the art of system manipulation. We applaud councillors who are whistleblowers in this regard, like the former DA councillor in Mossel Bay municipality who exposed the DA caucus for withholding critical agenda items to mislead council. A trend also exposed in Tshwane. But they come here and speak of how well they take care of the white and elite to the detriment of the black and poor. You are no better. The EFF notes that the findings of the AG corroborate those of the MMCs of the EFF in the city of Ekurhuleni, specifically who did a physical audit to verify what was in the asset register is a true reflection of what they have in the municipality. Their findings were that there is a total of 109 trucks, but only 74 reflect on the asset register of the municipality, leaving out 34 trucks while the city claims to have 127 trucks. Consequently, only 32 out of the 74 were working, leaving 54 trucks unaccounted for a case then has been opened. This is just a demonstration of what the EFF is capable of doing. Chairperson, this department needs to be decisive on consequence management and play a more proactive role to the state of governance. The EFF rejects this vote.
No, thank you very much. We will then proceed to Honorable PN Sithole Moloi. Honorable Sithole Moloi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair of the House, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Ministers present, Minister of Cooperative and Minister of Basic Education, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House, present delegates, special delegates to this house, I greet you all. Honorable members and Honorable Chair, I stand here before you to highlight the significant efforts taken by KwaZulu-Natal Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the effort to improve service delivery for our people, particularly our devastating, after the devastating floods that struck our province during April and May 2022. Before I get into details of that, Honorable Chair, allow me to extend our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends and to the African National Congress on the loss of our beloved comrade, Tina, who has just passed on untimely on our side. But we wish to say to them condolences, and also to say to the African National Congress, let's pick up her spear and continue with our fight. Honorable Chair, the flood left us with a lasting impact, particularly to our communities, and the suffering to the extent, to a certain extent, of our infrastructure, and this significant setback of our efforts to better the lives of our people in our province, particularly previously disadvantaged. Honorable Chair, we want to say that the infrastructure damages that we have seen has made us not to be able to deal with the backlog and also deal with the people that need also new services in our provinces. Water infrastructure and sanitation in eThekwini is slowly but surely returning to normality, and we have to make effort to build back better so that we mitigate against other events in this nature in the future. We want also to indicate, Honorable Chair, that in the wake of the floods, we were in cooperation with the Provincial Disaster Management Center, and the National Disaster Management Center, and all the municipalities were able to promptly respond to the incident, and recognizing the severity of the situation. The floods were declared as a state of disaster by national department and national government, enabling us to access necessary resources and support. To finance the recovery effort, we work closely with the National Treasury, with direct state organs affected by the disaster to prioritize budget and relocate funds in cooperation in conditional grants. KwaZulu-Natal submits a comprehensive report and beneficiary list to the National Disaster Management Center, resulting to the allocation of the substantial funds to deal with the disaster. In the extent of the damage that were caused by the floods cannot be underestimated. Over 27,000 households were affected, with 8,584 houses completely destroyed and 13,536 houses partially damaged. The cost of infrastructure damages exceeds 25.3 billion, necessitating a comprehensive approach to rebuild our communities. Through diligent coordination and effective utilization of allocated funds, we made significant progress in the reconstruction and rehabilitation process. Honorable Chair, I want also to indicate that the municipal disaster relief grant that was allocated at a total of 221.8 million to address the immediate response requirements is welcomed, and also has assisted us to be able to mitigate the situation that we find ourselves in our province. We also appreciate the fact that our national department also has assisted us to ensure that we also receive further 2.9 billion to assist in ensuring that we rehabilitate the infrastructure project that has been damaged by the floods. Since the proclamation around Izinduna stipends in 2013, KwaZulu-Natal has been grappling with the ongoing issue of fully compensating Izinduna. Starting from the date of proclamation, which is 2013, we were unable to deal with the matter, and fortunately this year we were able to be assisted by the National Treasury to get the money, and we're able to settle this, and we are in a process of dealing with it until the end of June, taking into cognizance that a number of those Izinduna, about 3,007, who were not able to get their stipend or their finance during that time. So we are ensuring that this house that we
We're losing you, MEC.
happy that we are in this matter and making it of the past. That we're also able taking the from the ANC-led government, which is the government supporting traditional leadership by bringing up the stipend of TC secretaries from 1,600 to 8,000 in support of the institution. We also want Chairperson and honorable members to indicate on the district development model that we have encountered along the way have not deterred us from implementing the key decision of our government. We have implemented the DDMs and in cooperation with our municipalities. It should be understood that there is a critical role that DDMs has to play in ensuring that there is good governance and service delivery in our communities for the betterment of their lives. We remain committed to overcome service delivery backlog and bottlenecks that are there to make to ensure that there is governance effectiveness by developing a one plan and one budget district municipalities. We have made a remarkable progress in respect to this. Hence, we have 10 out of 11 plans that are already have been adopted by our district municipalities. To strengthen the institutionalization of the DDMs, we have committed that we are going to meet monthly and as all hubs within our province and also the cluster to enable effective coordination and collaboration. Honorable Chair, I want also to indicate as the Department of COPTA in KwaZulu-Natal that a progress has been made with the assistant of the National Department of COPTA in ensuring that some of the funds that we were looking for in ensuring that we support our municipalities has been given to us, and we really appreciate. As our minister was saying that the theme for this year for the budget is to ensure that local government is
please proceed, MEC.
in ensuring that those disasters are dealt with. Conclusion, Honorable Chair, the devastating floods that struck KwaZulu-Natal left a lasting impact on our province, resulting in an immense suffering and significant infrastructure damage. However, through diligent effort, resource mobilization, and effective coordination, we have made remarkable progress in rebuilding our community and addressing long-standing challenges. We are deeply grateful for the financial support and cooperation received from National Treasury, our National Department, and also from people who were saying that they would want to come on board, and also the certain embassies also come on board to ensure that it works with us and our municipality to address the challenges that were brought by the disaster that we have. We want also to say we are going to forge ahead and we remain resolute in our efforts to restore and rebuild a stronger infrastructure and provide a better future for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We acknowledge that the road to full recovery is long, and with continued effort, collaboration, and determination, will overcome these challenges and create a brighter future for all. Honorable Chair, I want to thank you for affording me this opportunity, and also to say that we support the budget presented by our Honorable Minister, Honorable Kadimeng, and also say that we will cooperate with all the efforts in ensuring that all the funds that are allocated to our province are utilized in a manner that is designed for. In other matter of grant funding, we want also to indicate that we have met with all the municipalities.
And your time is up,
MEC. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We ensure that we'll make our municipalities to account on all the funds given to them. We thank you, Honorable Chair, on the time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Mikalakis.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, last night I was up until late with queries from constituents in Machabeng in the Free State who do not have water. Residents in Riebeekstad in this municipality spent 2 months without water earlier this year. The municipality owes the water board, Bloem Water, more than 5 billion rand, and they owe Eskom almost as much. However, they failed to spend their municipal grants for infrastructure and have failed month after month to honour their agreement to pay a fraction of the debt. Residents, black, white, rich, poor, all sit without water, or when there is water, face severe water shedding so that other areas of the town can at least bath, cook, or flush a toilet if they have a flushing toilet. The municipality receives a bill of between 50 and 70 million rand a month from Bloem Water, yet 56% of the water it buys is lost through the infrastructure that has not been maintained under the ANC-run municipality. So between 30 and 40 million rand is lost every month that literally goes down the drain due to the ANC. This is 30 or 40 million rand that could have fixed infrastructure, fixed potholes, built a house for someone, fixed a street light for greater safety, or delivered other essential services. Lost due to the ANC. School hostels have been forced to close during exams due to no water after they first had to adapt the school meals to require less water for cooking, and even reduce the number of students that they can accommodate. In another instance, school children in Bronville near Welkom lost 2 days recently, again, due to schools closing due to water problems. And in yet another case, pupils wear civilian clothes because there's no water to wash their school uniforms with. I know of at least 3 schools in Machabeng where the sport fields are unable to be used due to the fact that it's covered in sewage, in human feces, or where students have to walk through sewage to get to the school itself, where classroom buildings have literally become a safety hazard due to water damage. I say water, House Chairperson, but I actually mean poo. I don't know what the parliamentary term is to describe what the ANC's governance in this place is. There is no parliamentary word for it, but I guess it's something similar. And yet, it has adopted, in the past week again, an unfunded budget. It took a humanitarian crisis and very serious protests from the community to force Minister Senzo Mchunu to promise an investment of more than 400 million rand into the sewage infrastructure in this area. COCTA, however, was silent with regards to the municipality's own failing infrastructure. Rather late than never, we welcome the Department of Water and Sanitation's intervention, which should have happened before the water pans along the R30 and the Sand River were contaminated with sewage, before residents' yards were filled with sewage from manholes bubbling up, and before school children were forced to walk and play in it. However, due to no planning on the part of the municipality over the last 2 decades, communities like Henneman and Ventersburg have now grown in population to a point where it's impossible for the municipality to keep up with the water demand. According to a written reply from the Minister of Water and Sanitation to a DA question, it will take a further investment of 900 million rand into the bulk water infrastructure to provide these communities with sufficient water. But it will only do so once the municipality starts paying Bloem Water, and this they cannot do because everyone knows they have no cash flow, Minister. And in the meantime, these towns are burning due to protests by residents who do not have water, and I understand their frustration. These towns are burning to such an extent that the local economy is slowing down, and even to such an extent that your own ANC councillors are threatening to resign. Everybody who has worked in the departments of COCTA, Water and Sanitation, or the Treasury know what is wrong with Machabeng. The municipality is usually clueless, but even they should be able to loosely articulate what the problems there are. It's no secret. Yet this municipality has never been placed under administration over the last decade since I've been a member of parliament, and officials have been allowed to just happily loot away while the residents are the ones suffering. Old people, the disabled, the sick, with no water for weeks, honourable members. Add to this load shedding, and you have a provincial crisis into which the provincial government is too weak to intervene, and the national government does not have the appetite, the authority, or the guts to intervene. If you cannot help to fix humanitarian crises like this, Minister, then what is your function? Minister, the people of Machabeng are sick and tired. They are at breaking point where their situation is hopeless. We've tried everything. It's a ticking time bomb, and you need to intervene. But Machabeng is not alone. It is but one example of a municipality that is falling apart under the ANC. And yet, I'm still to see a single provincial or national intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution that has succeeded. They've all failed. They fail because the administrators are usually cadres that are appointed not on merit for what they know. Their terms of reference are not clear, and politics gets in the way. And a whole parliamentary term later, we are still waiting for the long-promised bill on Section 139 interventions from your department. It is unacceptable that a democratic government that says that it governs for the people can turn a blind eye to this suffering. Yes, under apartheid, services to only a small segment of the population were prioritized. Yes, since 1994, there were houses built and streets paved. But do you really want to be compared or compare yourselves to the apartheid government? How many more houses could you have built if the money wasn't stolen? How many more streets could you have paved if the tenders weren't given to cadres? How many more clinics and taps and flashing toilets could have been built or installed if you appointed people based on whether they are competent to do the job and not based on whether they are members of the ANC? Chairperson, we need to be honest with ourselves today and recognize the fact that these problems that residents are faced with are the consequence of a failed government on local level. Some might say that basic issues such as water and sanitation should not be politicized, but I'm afraid it is political. We are all trying to catch up on a backlog left by the past. No municipality is perfect, but in a province like the Free State, bucket toilets are actually increasing under the ANC every year. Why? Because for political capital, they hand out unserviced stands just before every election, and then they loot and steal the money and that should deliver basic services to the people, and then they forget about those very same communities until the next election. The recent Auditor General report confirmed that 19 municipalities in the Western Cape received clean audits this year, some for the 12th year in a row. In the Free State, there's not a single one. Masalonyana in the Free State has failed to submit their audit documents to the Auditor General for 7 years now, and no consequences and no pressure from this department that renders any results. In general, Chairperson, the quality of the municipal services you get depends on the party that governs your municipality. And it is clear where the DA governs with an outright majority, it does so well. And where it governs in the metros in coalition, Tshwane, as you say, it's currently so busy. We are currently so busy trying to fix the mess of decades of ANC government looting and mismanagement that it will take us years to get the services on the level that the voters deserve. So yes, House Chairperson, it is political. And in 2024, we might not be voting for new municipalities, but we will get a chance to vote for provincial governments that intervene timelessly when municipalities are making a mess, that support effectively where services are collapsing, and that ensure that the people are put first. We get the chance to vote for national ministers that do not only make promises decades after the problem has started, but who are there to serve the interests of the people and do their job to prevent crises rather than to try and cope with them. Whatever the ANC might say today, House Chairperson, the facts do not lie. And the facts, all of them, show that you, the voters, are better off where the DA governs. And you are best off where the DA governs with a majority. Water, sewage, streetlights, potholes, jobs, safer communities. These things matter, and yes, they are political. So think very carefully before you vote ANC again. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable M. Bartlett, ANC. So,
Malibongwe.
good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable ministers, honorable House Chair, and to the members of the community. Chair, I firstly want to convey our deepest sympathy to our province, our comrades, our family across the country on the loss of a sister, a friend, a mother, and an aunt, and especially to the two sons. Chair, in the 29 years of democracy and freedom, the years in government as ANC had achieved considerable progress and development in a number of areas in housing, now human settlements. The ANC has delivered 4 million free houses, remodeled and built new schools, added to 2 universities in Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape, remodeled and modernized the TVET colleges, built stadiums, expanded freeways, built new settlements with community amenities, integrating communities in spaces in cities and towns, and introduced bus rapid response transport in metros. Honorable Chairperson, we have expanded access to water and sanitation. We have expanded access to electricity. We have transformed the local government landscape through provision of various basic services, which were not part of the partial development plan of the apartheid system. The journey of developing the local government sphere to provide service for communities and to serve as a government which give full expression to the needs of the communities from a ward level and the municipal level. Honorable Chair, this sphere of government is confronted with the reality of high levels of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Without sufficient economic development in various municipal boundaries has an effect on the pace of development. Therefore, Chair, due to the varying economic levels, our country develops in an uneven pace due to the socio-economic realities in various municipalities. This results in many of our municipalities relying on conditional grants and allocations from the equitable share, which is not sufficient. Other municipalities with varying challenges also use conditional grants. They use it for salaries, which is not within the conditions of the allocations. This is not due to mismanagement, but a scarcity of resources, Chairperson. We need to have a discussion which results in process of the development of norms and standards, which should set standards for labor costs or salary expenditure and the spend on goods and services and capital expenditure. The dominance of human resource cost means less funds actually reach communities. This does not imply that the municipal workers are not providing a service, but it's a balance that should be made to ensure resources are allocated on more impactful areas which improve the living conditions of residents and contribute to local economic development. Honorable Chair, these honorable members is to state the fact that we have significant inequalities across our municipalities, and this has a consequence for the kind of service provided. For example, rural municipalities do not have adequate waste collection systems, such as those in urban areas. Within municipalities, there's also inequality of waste collection. In urban areas and township, these honorable members reflect how the spatial planning of our country inherently disadvantages communities. The duty of government over the 29 years has been about closing the inequality gaps which continue to persist. House Chairperson, the ANC government has developed a program to improve the quality of the life of our residents. That's what matters to us. To ensure no one is left behind through the implementation of Indigenous program. The Indigenous program is an example of a caring government which provides a safety net for the poor and the vulnerable. Leaving no one behind requires us to continuously strengthen this program to reach those in need. Reports have highlighted that some of the funds allocated for indecent support purposes has been returned due to challenges impacting the efficient and effective access of the support by residents. Honorable Chairperson, we need to ensure that a program reaches those who are in need. I think the ones on the left are not in need. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, indigent recipients are also beneficiaries of various social services, such as education, social grants, and other services that government provides. Our democratic government does not pay lip service in cushioning the poor from vulnerability, but we have put in place policies which is very much important, and programs to realize the transformation we seek. Generations will benefit from the foundation we have laid through progressive pro-poor policies which love the poor, and our belief is that we shall eradicate food insecurity and food poverty in South Africa. Evidence does reflect that our policies have broken the cycle of poverty in many households. We call on civil society and community organizations to join the effort of local municipalities to ensure that poor South Africans are part of the indigent program, which allocates free electricity, free water, and sanitation, and subsidize various services for those in need. Honorable Chair, local government is also a sphere of government with the potential of massifying skills development in the country. And it's also programs that are implemented, create multiple economic opportunities. Through the district development model, local municipalities need to develop skills, development strategies and plans to harness public expenditure for development. We believe the implementation of community working program in two pathways that will contribute significantly in helping local gain sustainable income. CWP sustained income model is crucial with a target of 20,000 people in the new community working program. It's sustainable and the strategies by model by 31st of March 2024, paying attention to great participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the CWP program by 2024. Honorable Chair, the community working program will from the 2023-2024 financial year differentiate between two pathways for implementation. Pathway 1 aims to provide some sustainable and predictable income to participants who work up to 8 days per month and 100 days per year. You don't need it most. Pathway 2 will be introduced with a specific aim of improving the economic agency of participants through useful work and relevant training to allow them to exit the program after 2 years. Dis vir ons mense alleen na werk. Honorable Chairperson, the department intention to implement the pathways to which pathway 1 will be the traditional model of implementing agents, while pathway 2 will be focusing on specific projects to be developed and implementing them in collaboration with other government departments, higher learning institutions, sector training and education authorities, community-based organizations, and the private sector wat ons mense in die verlede kon gehad het. Honorable Chair, the department must create a conducive environment to enable private sector to play a role in the CWP program through creating a fertile ground for partnership and collaboration between the government and private sector. The beneficiaries should never go back. They must never go back to the employment difficulties they were encountered and confronted with before the intervention came. Instead, they must be able to assimilate the better opportunities. You weren't there. Honorable Chair, our efforts of transformation should always be developmental, and we are confident that through this shift, we shall empower our workers. The newly proposed establishment of a new strategy in the department in the form of RMO, the Results Management Office with the aim to protect and bring project and program implementation capabilities to accelerate service delivery using the district development model approach will have a positive impact on making sure these two pathways makes a great impact. The office will also assist in intervention in municipalities on project implementation. Tracking the quality of expenditure is fundamental, and through this office tools need to be developed to ascertain the quality of expenditure to ensure public funds realize the intended outcomes for optimal impact. Honorable Chair, baie goed. The district developmental should help with this initiative to be everyone's business and be harnessed to reach its maximum potential. It must be enabled to be a breaching opportunity for possible artisans and entrepreneurs. Its effect needs to be sustainable development. Honorable Chairperson, national projects must have the drive to include locals in implementation of their projects. National projects such as Sunrail roads and other infrastructure projects. This will also manage the conflict that happens with communities seeking to stop the projects because of feeling excluded. This will help manage the new phenomenon we find where people are mobilized to disrupt projects, which sometimes raising some genuine concerns of the community grievances and sometimes displaying elements of criminality. Implementation of National Disaster Management Framework, improvement of functionality of municipalities should be a critical priority in this period of climate change disaster. Honorable Chair, we need to access the capability of local government to effectively manage disaster intervention and ensure we develop sustainable funding for disasters. This is critical in safeguarding the assets of residents and to protect the financial position. Honorable Chairperson, the implementation of disaster funding arrangements supporting municipalities in priority disaster areas to prevent, prepare for, mitigate disaster risk to be important in this regard. The aiming must be to enhance disaster management plans to be able to find expression. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC encourages the implementation of adopted program of action for implementation, which evolves around this strategy in improving the agility of disaster responses and reconstruction. Contingency planning, which requires developing comprehensive plans, outlining roles and procedures for efficient disaster response. You are not part of the planning. Grant funding for security and securing sustainable funding for disaster risk and response management activities and programs. Honorable Chairperson, response of ensuring well-coordinated, timely disaster response with resources mobilization and information standing, recovery of restoring disaster-affected communities through short-term and long-term rebuilding and vulnerability reduction efforts. Governments and relevant stakeholders must be committed to continuing to mitigate against the risk of disasters and build resilience by supporting priority district municipalities that are considered most vulnerable to implement disaster management plans. Honorable Chair, through these efforts, we shall strengthen local government to create resilient communities. Honorable Chair, in my last 2 minutes, hulle kan maar geraas maak, hulle was nie daar nie. En die wat altyd praat, weet wat, so hulle is part van die plan, maar Chairperson, I think the struggle is real. And we know we will, by 2024, will be back in governance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, honorable member. Order. Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable Z. Benz Ngamashe, Deputy Minister, Cooperative Governance and Provisional Affairs.
Mgcinihlalo mandizeke emzekweni izayamanise nembeko esele igqithisiwe ngumampembe umphathiswa wesebe ngokukhethekileyo ndikhahlele kwikumkani zonke zezwela kowethu xa ndisenza njalo onke amaphakathi ndifikelele kuwo. Nathi mgcinihlalo sithi masithelele ngamazwi entuthuzelo kusapho lukamama uThina Jumathi Peterson. Inene wena kufa ulutshaba oluginyelwe
kulo uloyiso ngayo inkosi uYesu Kristu. Kolani ke lusapho ingakumbi abantwana ngokunduluka kweli khaji legorha elilithandazwe. Kananjalo sivakalise ukudandatheka ngokunduluka kwenjengele ugqirha Dabula obeyingqonyela kwisibhedlele somkhosi 1 military kwisixeko seTshwane. Ebenesandla ekongeni ikumkani ngakumbi ukumkani uXolilizwe Sigcawu kwaGcaleka, ukumkani uMaxhoba yakhawuleza Sandile kwaRharhabe, ukumkani uMpondombini Sigcawu kuMampondo eQawuka, kwaNembube uQobo isilo samabandla onke kaZulu. Sihlalo vuma unyawo lwam lutyibilikele kolu lwimi loqhina kaXhonono. Mayizale inkomo sitye isigorho, amaqhotha qekili ange ayakhotha kanti ayaxathula. It is my honor and privilege to support the minister in presenting the Department of Traditional Affairs, the budget vote. We are presenting this budget vote during the Youth Month with high expectations from the young royals of our country, inspired by not only the ontological maxim, but also by the aesthetics of Frantz Fanon's epistemology as a basis to sharpen the decisive onslaught against coloniality. And he postulates that, I quote, each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it in relevant opacity, close quote. Indeed, now is the time for the young royals to occupy their rightful places on issues of traditional affairs in all provinces. As appreciation of the young royals, the department has developed a program for the Youth Month with specific focus on young royals. The program will kickstart in KwaZulu-Natal with a colloquium in partnership with the presidency, provincial departments of arts, culture, sports and culture, as well as COCTA. Indeed, Chairperson, in its pursuit of collaborative working relations with the institution of traditional and Khoisan leadership, government has found it necessary to facilitate the establishment of a Kings and Queens Forum. As alluded to by our minister in respect of the Kings and Queens Forum, our kings and queens are the highest echelon in the hierarchy of traditional and Khoisan leadership in the country. And it is necessary for them to have a platform through which they engage among themselves, as well as to engage with other role players, such as government. Kumkani undamase Faku, okwam kuqinisekisa inkupho yempophoma yendimla yomphathiswa wam uMampembe iyenzeka. Kuzawuba njalo Nyawuza Ndlovyezwe. The forum's first session will be convened before the end of September 2023. And at the apex, as ANC government, we are committed to achieve parity amongst traditional leaders of the same royal hierarchical status. Chairperson, the customary initiation practice is an important cultural practice in our communities and is a rite of passage which we are proud of. Unfortunately, we have over the years seen this practice being associated with outcomes that are actually foreign to our culture. Ilishwangusha nelishwa elembethe elisiko ukungenelwa ligutyungelwe yimpehle yobugewu ubugegemba nobundladiya apho ozungu lichele bovuke engceni bengcina amakhankatha bengcwelerha umqikela womgqiku ikamva lesizwe. Sihlalo sililizwe lomthetho kangangokuba umthetho olawula ulwaluko waphunyezwa wade watywinwa nangumongameli uRamaphosa. Sithetha nje kukho iqonga elikhokelwa nguNkosi uMahlangu Dzonza kuzwelonke ze kubekho nawamaphondo Siyaqaphela okokuba kukho amaphondo asilelayo ekwakheni lamaqonga aquka iNorthern Cape, Northwest neKwaZulu Natal. Siyabongoza kulamaphondo abhinqele phezulu kuba sifuna ukuvingca onke amazibuko. Renyaga khoreba bele lebolo lele sinago matata re baye baphila baboe baphila mabaye bephila babuye bephila. Kananjalo isihelegu esisingqine kweli phondo leNtshona Kapa sokugqungulwa kwesidima sabantu bakokwethu benyitywa ilungelo lokwenza isiko lolwaluko ngokukhululekileyo nangesidima masinyashwe sihewulwe okwesholuko. Sifuna uqinisekisa abantu balapha eNtshonalanga Kapa okokuba siza kusoloko sinabo sibaxhasa sibakhusela kubuntshova-ntshova besitshantshathela sabangcatshi benkcubeko yabo ingakumbi phaya eIdas Valley kwiStellenbosch Municipality. Yazini sinani ngamaxesha onke. Sihlalo, as government that listens, we have responded to the call and continue to assist the royal families. In this regard, the department further developed a step-by-step guidelines for royal families on the development of the customary laws of succession and genealogies, and is currently rolling out capacity building workshops on the guidelines, starting with the national, provincial, and local houses. It should also be mentioned that this initiative has become welcome and greatly appreciated by the sector across all levels of traditional leadership. On land affairs, Chairperson, one of the cardinal tenets of the founding pillars of the institution of traditional leadership is land. The traditional leadership in Ndaba that took place in June 2017 resolved, among other things, that the Communal Land Administration and Tenure Summit be held to address critical policy issues impacting on communal land. At the same verve, one of the areas under review is the role of the institution of traditional leaders in land development processes as it relates to Spluma. Chairperson, the Khoi and San communities were amongst the First Nations who were at the cold face of colonial assault, which led to their displacement, close to total decimation and extinction. To restore and affirm their dignity, the Traditional Leadership Act, which has just been invalidated, provides for the establishment of the commission. We have met with the commission and we are doing everything to make sure that the commission is supported so as to ensure that these communities, their dignity is restored and affirmed. Lastly, Chairperson, in conclusion, with regards to rural invest, we want to make sure that the land that traditional leadership communities occupy is used in ways that promote investment. And as such, it will contribute to the well-being of our people. Indeed, Chairperson, the department will continue coordinating all relevant departments and provinces to actively participate in the Agrarian Revolution Program, which will be driven at district level in the context of a district development model. We dare not fail our people. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable Hadebe, Inkatha Freedom Party, Bungane.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Amakosa Sendlunkulu, honorable members, Section 154 of the Constitution mandates that the government support and strengthen municipal capacity to manage their own affairs, exercise their powers, and perform their allocated functions. However, the National Treasury has advised defaulting municipalities that if they want their ESCOM debt scrapped, they have to collect electricity revenue from consumers and cut off those consumers who default. This ultimatum clearly indicates the lack of understanding our government has for the circumstances in municipalities with high numbers of indigent households, especially considering that local government only receive 9.1% of the percentage share allocation from the national fiscus, which have proven to be utterly insufficient for municipalities to deliver services. As it has been noted by the KZN provincial chairperson of the South African Local Government Association, the ongoing power crisis is preventing some KwaZulu-Natal municipalities from delivering basic services. Not only does this inhibit households, communities, and businesses, but also economic growth. Load shedding is rendering local government in an unfavorable condition, and rural communities are largely at the receiving end of this. A recent survey done by Nedbank and the South African Entrepreneur Alliance indicated that 64% of township small business hold operations during load shedding, which in some areas means an entire business day, as they can have up to 10 hours of load shedding in a single day. Furthermore, almost 66% of township business owners have lost jobs because of load shedding. Consequently, this further contributes to municipalities' inability to alleviate poverty and fuels unemployment. As Stats SA has recently indicated that South Africa's unemployment rate has remained the highest in the world, standing at a staggering 32.9% in the first quarter of 2023. Therefore, the IFP notes the importance of the Department of Cooperative Government's role in financially aiding municipalities that have been hit hard by load shedding and do not have a budget that caters for them to invest in alternative energy or buy generators. Inaction by the department will lead to the further deterioration of the state of our municipalities, which directly impacts South Africans. Further, we also want to call on the Department of Traditional Affairs to be more proactive in their prioritization and protection of our traditional leaders, as there seems to be a blatant lack of support and protection provided to them. In KwaZulu-Natal, the issue of the killings of our traditional leaders has become systematic. The South African police reported in January 2022 that the police are investigating 51 murder cases going back to 2012. At the time, 30 people have been arrested, while 18 cases are still pending in court. It is unacceptable that the department is treating the very serious issue of traditional leaders losing their lives with such a lack of urgency, especially considering that these killings threaten to destabilize an institution critical to the stability and order of society. As a party, we shall continue to fight for the lives, rights, and the institution of Amakosi and Izinduna, and as we recognize their role and importance in securing good governance. In considering of the comments made, the IFP accepts the budget for the Department of Cooperative Governance and the Traditional Affairs. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable P. Thau, Department Minister, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to rise on the protocol that has been observed earlier by the Minister and further recognize Minister Nkadime. This budget debate comes at a time when we celebrate Youth Month under the theme, Accelerating Youth Economic Emancipation for a Sustainable Future. We rightly commemorate Youth Month since youth are the heroes of tomorrow and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that they are well equipped to take on the world of today and tomorrow. As a department, we are grateful for this valuable opportunity because the NCOP is an institution that represents the interest of our provinces and local government, fosters cooperative governance, promotes accountability, and encourages public participation. As the minister emphasized, making local government work is everybody's business. Honorable members, both the 2022 State of Local Government report and the recently released Auditor General's report paint a worrying picture of the health of local government in our country. Strengthening the local government system is not only about defining the shortcomings of the cooperative governance system. It centers on deploying necessary systemic and institutional measures to advance developmental and transformative local government, and thus protect the gains of our democracy. Honorable Chairperson, as you are aware, in line with our efforts to professionalize the public sector, Cabinet approved in November 2022 a framework towards the professionalization of the public service. The framework requires, amongst others, that senior managers across all three spheres must be appointed on merit. We remain on course to support them to build a capable, responsive, and professional local government administration that delivers on its mandate. Many fixed-term contracts of municipal managers came to an end on the 8th in November 2021. The filling of these posts coincides with the implementation of the Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2022, which came into effect on the 1st of November 2022. This act obliges municipalities to appoint managers who possess the prescribed skills, expertise, competencies, and qualifications. As COCTA, we are engaged in strengthening mechanisms to enforce compliance with these measures to ensure accountability and meritocratic appointments. As such, the MECs for local government in the province or the minister is empowered by law that upon receipt of an appointment report to take appropriate steps to enforce compliance by the municipal council. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to bring to this House an update on the important provision in South Africa's local government system, namely Section 1397 of the Constitution. This section allows for intervention by national government in municipalities. In this regard, we continue to monitor the implementation of national interventions in terms of Section 1397. This in Lekwa municipality in Mpumalanga, Mangaung in the Free State, and Enoch Mkejema in the Eastern Cape. Interventions in Mangaung and Lekwa municipalities through joint efforts with departments of human settlements, COCTA, Transport, MISA, and National Treasury seconded officials to occupy senior management positions to stabilize these municipalities. We have also recorded progress in the Mangaung Metro, which includes the prioritization of the budget for infrastructure maintenance and sourcing of additional funding from the Department of Water Services Improvement Program for the refurbishment of all wastewater treatment works. Repairs to the fleet are ongoing, and an additional 15 percentage point of the fleet was operational as of the end of August 2022. Procurement processes have been streamlined, and a total of 29.5 kilometers of roads have been resurfaced. Refurbishment of water supply systems project is being implemented on the Water Conservation and Demand Management Plan has been finalized. It is encouraging that the implementation of revenue enhancement projects within the Lekwa local municipality is now gaining momentum. This program includes various revenue enhancement projects, which include The DPSA is assisting with capacity support in areas of credit control, debt collection, payment incentives, and customer care. National Treasury approved a funding of 45 million rand for the installation of smart meters. The municipality continues to make weekly payments to major creditors until such time that their finances are stabilized. The Minister of Water and Sanitation committed an amount of 350 million to address water and sanitation challenges, and the municipality was able to collect over 30 billion, or rather 30 million rand of debt. The municipality also recorded a reduction in electricity losses from 34% in June 2021 to 25% in June 2022. Furthermore, we are currently reviewing our interventions in Nokmkijima with the intention of strengthening efforts to improve the performance of the municipality. Honorable members, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant is instrumental in transforming our municipalities, providing the necessary resources to enhance our infrastructure and improving the quality of life for all our residents. An amount of 17.6 billion rand has been allocated to municipalities in the 23-24 financial year. We take pride in the 116 municipalities that have spent above 90% of their cumulative allocations over the past 4 years. We further welcome the decrease in the number of municipalities experiencing perennial non-performance of MIG from 39 to 36 when compared to allocations in 2021 and 21-22. To prevent unspent MIG allocations from being returned to the national fiscus, we will act in municipalities with under expenditure by utilizing provisions in the Division of Revenue Act, thus allowing us to retain a portion of the grant and establish an indirect grant in terms of Schedule 6B of DORA. Honorable members, a total of 9 projects are currently being implemented by COCTA as interventions to address a range of governance and institutional issues identified municipalities and through the use of the Municipal Systems Improvement Grant. This grant focuses specifically on helping municipalities invest in systems that can improve their performance and reporting. We are concerned, however, at the number of applications for this grant, which is relatively low, and this relative to the challenges our municipalities face. Honorable members, the Community Works Program has confronted a number of challenges that we need to confront. In this regard, we have initiated a process of transition of the Community Work Program, with the erstwhile implementing agents having their contracts come to an end on the 31st of March, 2023. We are currently undergoing a transition period, currently managed by the department, as we look at options of managing the transition while finalizing the new system in this regard. Honorable members, yesterday, we joined the Minister of Water and Sanitation when he announced the Green Drop Watch report. This report, released by the Department of Water and Sanitation, indicates a decline in performance with regards to the management of our water, sanitation, and water loss management. The Department of Water and Sanitation, working with COCTA, has identified areas of support and interventions, including Schedule 6B, as indicated earlier, to assist these municipalities. As I conclude, Chairperson, let me reiterate that in celebrating Youth Month, it is incumbent upon all of us to make local government everyone's business by leveraging the slight economic expansion to youth empowerment. These are realizable goals if we work together, and more so leading to the next financial year when South Africa will be commemorating 30 years of democracy and reflecting on the state of local government moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like to announce that Honorable Park Stow is his birthday today. Happy birthday. Thanks, honorable members. Siyaqhuba. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable SF Deloitte, FF plus.
Agbare voorsitter, while we often focus on our attention on national level politics, it's important to remember that the decisions that's made on the local level does have a profound impact of our daily lives, on our daily lives. Its core, local government serves at the foundation of our communities, and it's responsible for ensuring that the basic needs of our citizens are met, for maintaining our roads and public spaces, and providing essential services such as protection and waste management. Local government also plays an incredibly important role in shaping the future of our communities through development of long-term plans, growth and innovation. Maar wat gebeur tans op grondvlak, voorsitter? Die ouditeur-generaal het die afgelope paar jaar in hul verslae duidelik gemaak dat politieke inmenging een van die grootste probleme en oorsake is en kwelpunte vir effektiewe dienslewering. Daar moet 'n gedagte gehou word dat die ANC die afgelope 29 jaar in die meerderheid van die munisipaliteite in Suid-Afrika regeer het. Ons sou nie sê dat hulle dit bestuur het nie, maar is in die afgrond in bestuur. Dit is ten spyte van die feit dat daar effektiewe wetgewing in plek is, voorsitter, wat net bloot nie toegepas word nie. En tot nou toe was daar ook nie die nodige druk deur die LER en die vorige minister om toe te sien dat hierdie wetgewing wel nagekom word nie. Perhaps most importantly, however, local government is supposed to have most accessible and responsive form of government available to the public. Wat gebeur, voorsitter? Op hierdie stadium is plaaslike munisipaliteite tot 'n groot mate ontoereikend vir die algemene publiek om klagtes te rapporteer en met die bestuur te praat, want hulle is bloot net nie beskikbaar nie. Voorsitter, dit is ten spyte van die feit dat raadslede dag na dag foute rapporteer en aanmeld en dit net op dowe ore val, want die politieke wil bestaan glad nie. Of course, there are also challenges of local governments, limited resources and challenging demographics that need to balance the competing priorities and interests. Ons is nie blind vir die verantwoordelikhede van munisipaliteite nie, voorsitter. Daar het tot nou toe heelwat gebeur. Maar fondse word wanaangewend, daar's onderspandering wat plaasvind en dit word op verkeerde prioriteite spandeer. Voorsitter, as ons kyk dat die wyse hoe die fondse aangewend word, spandeer en vermors word, as ook die feit dat min tot geen instandhouding gedoen word nie. Die nuutste ouditeur-generaal verslag toon dat sowat 44% van die munisipaliteite in Suid-Afrika onbefondste begrotings het. En 88% van die munisipaliteite nie aan die minimum finansiële hersienings- en moniteringsvereistes voldoen nie. Dit kan seker verwag word, aangesien daar 22% van hierdie munisipaliteite vakante hooffinansiële beampteposte en daarin 32% van hierdie munisipaliteite vakante munisipale bestuursposte is, voorsitter. On a lighter note, Chair, most municipalities in the Northwest Province look like a Hollywood movie set, since most individuals in management are acting and not in permanent positions. That's to the detriment of those municipalities. Gemeenskappe en oppositieraadslede rapporteer foute en meld die kwessies aan, maar dit val op dowe ore. Die ANC het een ding goed gedoen, voorsitter. Julle het toegesien dat die kanker van kaderontplooiing die afgelope 29 jaar deur al drie sfere van die regering gevestig is. En dit gaan moeite verg en harde werk om dit ongedaan te maak. En ongelukkig weer eens is dit plaaslike gemeenskap wat daaronder ly. When politicians start to intervene in local government matters, it does compromise the system and threaten the democratic values that we hold so dear. It can often lead to situations where decisions are made based on personal party interest rather than the welfare of the communities. And this causes major problems such as mismanagement of funds, favoritism, lack of accountability, and even corruption. And it's unfortunately what we are currently experiencing, Chair. When political interference comes to play, it can diminish the credibility of local governments and even erode public trust. Through you, Chair, Minister, as I speak, Contractors in the Wolmaranstad area is unable to finalize overhead electrical connections and transformers that needs to be collected due to apparent non-payment to the contractor. The community in the Mekwasi Hills area has been suffering without water for long periods of time up to now. I know that the provincial government did visit that specific area, but urgent intervention is needed on that side. Please, Chair, the people are thirsty. The people are without electricity. The children and the hungry are unfortunately feeling the brunt of this. Jong seuns soos Daniel Malan, julle is trots op julle omgewing. Julle is besig om te veg vir 'n beter toekoms vir ons as Suid-Afrikaners. The youth is taking part, Chair. The youth is taking part in communities to try and uplift and build what we have left for them to build on. The consequences of political interference in local government are dire and far-reaching, Chair. It's up to us as citizens to stand against it and demand that our local governments be allowed to function and operate with transparency. Voorsitter, die beerdkragvlakke verhoog en daar is definitief groter uitdagings in munisipale gebiede. Indien ons hoër vlakke van beerdkrag in Suid-Afrika sou ervaar, maak ek dit duidelik dat ons groter probleme kan verwag. Op die oomblik is die meeste van die plattelandse munisipaliteite nie in staat om 'n watervlakke in reservoirs bo 50% te kry nie. Met hoër vlakke beerdkrag, voorsitter, kan ons definitief en sal ons diensleweringprotesaksies ongelukkig in die gesig moet staar. Tot nou toe hierdie regering slegs openbare orde polisie basisse weier versprei oor plattelandse gebiede, in plaas daarvan om daadwerklike pogings aan te wend om hierdie probleme op te los, toe te sien dat daar voldoende bystandkrag is, en toe te sien dat die gemeenskappe die basiese dienste kry waarop hulle geregtig is. Chair, die verval van munisipaliteite kan vierkantig voor die ANC se deur gelê word. Die blaamverskywingsperd is holrig gery. Die verval van munisipaliteite is nie Jan van Riebeeck se skuld nie, voorsitter. Inteendeel, is as gevolg van Jan van Riebeeck en die groot trek dat hier wel infrastruktuur in Suid-Afrika gevestig is. Totdat hulle gekom het, was hier niks. The consequences of political interference in local government, Chair, are dire. It's far-reaching. It's up to us as citizens to stand up against it and demand that our local governments be allowed to function independently and transparently. Bepaal julle eie toekoms. Neem beheer van jou lewe, registreer en stem VF+ in 2024. Daniel, en nog jeug soos jy, ons veg vir 'n beter Suid-Afrika vir julle. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable R. Pathos, DA.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Minister Tau, happy birthday. I suppose 2 out of 11 clean audits, not a bad birthday present, maybe not too good. Fellow South Africans, good day. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. And I'm not talking physically here. The district development model, as first mentioned by President Cyril Ramaphosa in his budget speech in 2019, is now being paraded as a model that should be unilaterally accepted by all municipal councils in the Republic of South Africa. As if we make legislation by presidential decree. Poof, there it is. The district development model is supposed to negate the silo effect between national, provincial, and local government, which is purported to have led, and I'm going to quote this, to a lack of coherence in planning and implementation and has made monitoring and oversight of government's program difficult, close quotes. What makes government's governing program difficult is probably more cadre deployment than anything else. The model consists of a process by which joint and collaborative planning is undertaken at local, district, and metropolitan level by all 3 spheres of governance, resulting in a single strategically focused one plan for each of the 44 districts and 8 metropolitan geographical spaces in our country, wherein the district is now seen as this landing strip. Under the model, a collective plan and budget called a one plan and one budget will be prepared for all spheres of government operating in particular geographical areas. This includes districts where the ANC doesn't control either the municipality or the provincial government. To implement these measures, the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister plans to issue regulations under the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. Yet, there's nothing, not even a Section 139 bill yet. Let's blame COVID, perhaps. Honourable Chair, nothing has come of any of the aforementioned since President Ramaphosa proclaimed the DDM in 2019. But it might be worthwhile for us to escape this ANC land of dreams and fantasies and fairy tales. And let's get back to reality for a moment. Let's have a look at this little book in my hand. Anybody recognize this, especially the ANC members? This is our Constitution, in which our reality is grounded. Chapter 3, Section 40, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa makes it clear that in the Republic, government is constituted as national, provincial, and local spheres of government, which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. Subsection 2 further states that all spheres of government must observe and adhere to the principles in this chapter of this book and must conduct their activities within the parameters that the chapter provides. The principles alluded to above is clearly described in Section 41, subsection 1. All spheres of government and all organs of state within each sphere must, G, exercise their powers and perform their functions in a manner that does not encroach on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. Chapter 7 safeguards the sovereignty of local government in Section 151. Subsection 2, the executive and the legislative authority of a municipality is vested in its municipal council. Subsection 2, 3, a municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative the local government affairs of its community, subject to national and provincial legislation as provided for in the Constitution. Subsection 4, the national provincial government may not compromise or impede a municipality's ability to or right to exercise its powers or perform its functions. Furthermore, it'd be worthwhile for us to have a look at the provisions of subsection 154 that describes municipalities in cooperative government. It instructs national and provincial government to support and to strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs. And it further instructs that any draft legislation that affects the status, institutes, powers, or functions of local government must be published for public comment in order to enable local government, municipalities, and other interested parties to make representations with regards to this draft legislation. It is clear that this model of one district, one plan, and one budget aims to derail the good work done by a functional municipality in a functional province like the Western Cape, for the following reasons. No clarity has ever been provided with regards to which sphere of government is ultimately responsible for the approval of the content of a one plan and one budget of a particular DDM district. Will it be the municipality, will it be the province, or will it be the national government? No clarity has been provided of what happens in the event of a conflict between a municipality, the province, and or national government about the content of a one plan and a one budget. No clarity has been provided by national government whether they envisage the use of provincial and municipal budgets for the funding of national government programs and projects contained in a one plan and one budget. No clarity has been provided with regards to the cost of building and operating the so-called DDM hubs as envisaged by the national government, and whether the national government has the budget for the establishment and operations of these DDM hubs, or whether provinces and municipalities will be expected to fund these hubs. And I'm sorry if I'm making some of the members sleep in the house. No clarity has been provided whether national government believed that existing legal provisions on intergovernmental relations are insufficient to their purpose and whether the national government envisage a new set of IGR laws. No clarity has been provided regarding the legal and constitutional status of the so-called DDM champions and what powers and functions they have in relation to provinces and to municipalities. It is for these reasons, my fellow members of this Honourable House, that the DA rejects the district development model, which is, at the end of the day, just like the other back to basics, another solution looking for an ANC problem out there. So, Minister, yes, we are celebrating Youth Month this month. Unfortunately, most of the youth that are now in their late middle ages from 1976 are unemployed, unless of course they're in the Western Cape, where we have the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa. Honourable Dodovu, he's gone out, shame, sorry. For local government will become stable when one of two things happen in this country. Cadre deployment must stop, or the electorate who are suffering because there's no good services where they live will start voting with their feet and vote for the DA government where there is clean audits and where there is good governance. I hear the MEC of the Eastern Cape says people are suffering, they're suffering from disasters. Yes, MEC, they are indeed suffering in the Eastern Cape and everywhere else in the country from disasters. They're suffering from the ANC disaster. ANC Youth League mentioned something about we've got a councillor who said something in Mossel Bay. Councillors are welcome to talk in the DA.
On a point of order.
Parties where they get muzzled by the
On a point of order.
But seeing as Cocta is the debate.
On a point of order, Chair.
What a point of order, honourable member.
Literacy might not be your thing. It's called Economic Freedom Fighters and not the Youth League. Thank you, Chair.
Well, if the shoe fits, put it on, colleague. I'd just like to, while you're so vocal today, just like you to let us know sometime in the near future what experience you actually have in governing any local government anywhere in the country. Be very interesting.
Yeah.
Honourable Bartlett, yes.
Honourable member, there's a point of order, Honourable Chamberlain.
I just want to ask Honourable Badenhorst if he has been to Gugule to Khayelitsha.
Sorry, can I just repeat in English, please?
No, Chair. No, honourable member.
I didn't get it. I didn't hear you. Honourable Bartlett.
Continue, honourable member, and
Honourable Bartlett, apart from telling us how well it's going in Kimberley, please,
as you conclude,
people
honourable member,
that get SASSA cards can't afford bottled water. So clean audits, like we had in the Western Cape, 92% of the Western Cape municipalities got clean audits. There, people don't have to buy bottled water. The poor people will vote with their feet in 2024, along with the wealthy people, and they will vote out the ANC. Our time has come. Thank you.
thanks very much, honourable member. Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is Honourable E.M. Mtetwa, African National Congress. Nyambose.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Angibingelele
Order, honourable members.
Ngibingelele ku-House Chairperson, ngibingelele ku-Minister, amakhosi asendlunkulu, ngibingelele ma-members e-Parliament, fellow South African, good afternoon. Chair, let me join as well those that have said, including the Minister, that this debate is in the midst of a crisis of Corolla in Hammanskraal and part of the Free State. We pay our condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones in Tswana due to this Corona outbreak. As a nation, we cannot afford, Chair, to have people die due to preventable disease. The critical question we should ask is, why are we in such circumstances? We call on the national government to intervene in Tswane Metro municipality, which has been starting with this contestation of power since 2021 local government election. The degeneration of key services in Tswana should concern all of us. It is particularly concerned that the problem impacting the community of Hammanskraal has been an issue in Parliament, has focused on to the failure of the municipality leadership, which has avoided the various report and intervention from the National Department of Water and Sanitation. As the DA-led coalition continues to jockey for power, the community of Tswana have suffered with other losing their loved ones. We should also not use this situation for political scoring, as this is a live reality of the resident. We should rather use the experience as a lesson to ensure that coalition councillors should not have the latitude of compromising services delivery. As the ANC, we have begun through going processes to ensure we develop a safeguarding to defend and protect our democratic and revolutionary gains. We have affirmed a key principle that coalition must be based on a common minimum program that focuses on measurable targets to service delivery and development in the municipality. Such program must be made public and subjected to the community meeting discussion. The ANC urge all the partners in local government coalition to be guided by a principle of serving community where they are. The ANC believes there is a need to fast track the possible way to regulate the coalition to help with political stability that hidden the services delivery. We welcome the progress of the department in developing a legislation in this regard. The ANC has formulated a framework that is people-centered, putting people first and not a narrow political party interest. A number of propositions are made by the ANC with regard to looking for a workable regulatory framework. These include introducing threshold to help ease the functioning of the municipality and councillor. House Chairperson Mangwenya, addressing the special inequality is a central tenet to address the structural and the systematic factor which contribute to the reproduction of poverty, unemployment, inequality. It is therefore critical that municipalities continue to have transformative special planning to direct development and land uses to save the socio-economical interest of the community and the country as large. Municipalities have parcels of the land which can be largely for development, for social facility, and for economical development. The implementation of the district development model should enable the strategical land planning for development by all spheres of government. As part of the release of land parcel, local government should be part of the critical contributors of addressing the landlessness through providing land for residential development and for various economical activities. The resources of the municipality are not only its ability to collect revenue and spend, but also now and also how it leverages its assets such as land, building, and equipment. Planning should always factor these areas to increase the impact of local government services and developmental intervention. We're confident that processes that are underway to ensure there is a security for tenure for those with permission to occupy. This will contribute in stimulating the economical development. Tenure security is critical, Chair. The NDP and the SDG goals views the rolling back the triple challenge by scaling up the development of land, legally secured tenure, food security, economical growth, and land and rural development. Is one of the most crucial focus area in trying to address the triple challenges and to ensure inclusive economical acceleration. Land reform, tenure reformed, and land development has a huge positive outcome to the country can gain from. It is crucial, Chair, that we have harmless relationship between the democratic institution and traditional authorities. It must unlock the potential of rural land under the custodianship of the traditional leaders for optimal use and citizen participation. A well-working relationship between the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land, COCTA, and the presidency to strategic to boost the rural development through the creation of agro-processing, manufacturing industries, and construction for domestic and global market. The abundance of the maize, tomato, citrus fruits, vegetable and livestock production in rural areas can support their sustainability. The district development model, Chair, implementation must ensure equitable development in this regard. Technical vocational education training college located in rural areas must act as a strong resource with long and short skilling program to help local community develop and enhance the skills to help them develop industrial and sectors in their areas that are competitively capable, and there are other potential industry that may emerge. The TVET must act as a facilitator of economical activities in rural districts they are located. The ANC Chair sees the establishment of the inter-ministerial task team as a key development to respond to issues raised over the years by the traditional leaders. There should be a speedy implementation of the outcomes of this task team to strengthen the roles of the government and support the role of traditional leaders be more effective. We believe, Chair, the new Deputy President will take this new task of leading this task team with the greatest attention in its deserves, working along with COCTA. We condemn the killing of traditional leaders and call for peaceful resolution of conflict. Our traditional authority are our pride and institution, which we should defend and protect at all material time. There is a need for an assessment of work carried out by the presidents with traditional leadership to ensure that proposed intervention, solution, and resolution are effectively attended to in a more coordinated manner to make positive impact in this area. A coordinated and effective interaction with traditional leadership, especially in local government, Chair, is crucial, as most local municipalities have many traditional authorities and their presence and voices can be strengthened and impact of the democracy, and help services delivery. The Chair, when I come to conclusion, urban and rural areas are linked to the flow of people, naturally and economical resources. This is an economic, social, and environmental independence between rural and urban areas. Key to this, Chair, is to address the issues of uneven spatial planning, where development is evenly distributed and deliberated, helping rural areas.
House Chairperson, on a point of order,
where
please.
People can live and play
House Chairperson, on a point of order. You
It's
indicated,
the
yes, he's
issue
40
of
minutes,
the-
40
the-
seconds
the
over his
issue
time,
of
House
the
Chairperson.
DA
You indicated to him
quite
that he should stop
embarrassing,
speaking.
where
And then you
where
went to sleep, with respect. If
the
he
issue
gets
of
a
the
minute
DA
extra
is
time,
quite
will the
embarrassing,
opposition each get a minute
especially
extra time as
Mikalakis,
well, House
to
Chairperson?
defend the undefendable, where
Nyambo
people
said.
are dying
House Chairperson, on a point of
where
order.
people are dying in
Nyambo said.
Hammaskral, and
House
he
Chair,
keep on
on a
defending.
point of order.
Say your time now is over. Thank you. Siyabonga, Nyambo
House Chair, on a point of order.
Honorable member.
Point of
Honorable
order.
member,
Sit
you
down.
do have this document.
Yes.
Sit. If I didn't recognize you, don't stand up.
No.
Just
House
sit down and
Chairperson, no, I'm
raise
standing
your
on a
hand and
point of order.
recognize you.
Can I rise on a point of order? Can I rise on a point?
Oh, now are we at school?
Chairperson, I want to repeat in this house, I see this white man. They are trying to bully us as women. And I
Point of
ask
order.
the chairperson
Point of
of
order.
the NCOP to address this issue of the fact that as soon as it is women, this man tried to bully us. I want.
Thanks, honorable member. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Order, please.
Yes. What?
Niqale kahle manje senayimosha le. No. Ngicela siqhubeni because we are about to finish this debate now. Honorable members, honorable delegate, we have come to an end of the debate of budget vote 3, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, and 15. Thanks very much. The table have been disturbed by the honorable member. Honorable members, please. I would like to recognize Honorable Ting Kadiming, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Order to you, ma'am.
Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, I rise on the rule 69(1).
What a point of order, honorable member. What a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make a point of order that the decorum of this house is even brought further down by precisely the deputy chair that don't put in a point of order, stand up and make a point and sit down, and is actually does not make your work easy. So I would really like that we rule that the other chairs cannot just stand up and make a point, because then all of us can stand up and make a point. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I may, I never stood up. I waited until you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, can you please? Honorable members, the deputy chair have raised a point of order. Therefore, I allow her to speak. So there's no point of order on top of the point of order. Thank you. Can the deputy ministers conclude?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Section 40 of the Constitution of South Africa provides for the spheres of government. Section 41 tells us how those spheres must exercise their powers and not encroach on any sphere. And it further defines even the schedule of duties, Schedule 4 for local government, Schedule 5 for national government, Schedule 6 for special priority jobs, which could be done in a municipal space by both national, provincial, and local sphere. I do believe there needs to be a class of what are the fundamentals of DDM. And further than that, Section 151 then defines what are fiduciary responsibilities of municipalities. And then it calls for the support from a provincial and a national level. So you cannot say, then you don't even know why we are called cooperative governance. We will never exist as cooperative governance, as a department. We take our rights from that. Honorable Smith, shush, I was quiet when you were speaking. Because I also want to address the issue that a repeated lie often becomes the truth. You talk here about cadre deployment. Let me tell you about DA cadre deployment. In areas where the DA operates, they even go to court findings. Stellenbosch municipality, the DA was fined 750,000 for overlooking a honest acquiring lady for a matriculant, for a position of 1.1 million. And they were fined and they paid in a court of law. That's just one. Second, Shush, let me tell you, in Tswane, you were fined for a bodybuilder. You could not even look for a matriculant. Mom age is busy with basic education here. You couldn't even find one of a graduate. You went for a bodybuilder in the city of Tswane. You were fined. Marietta outcome is just, it's deadly. The list is endless. It will take my 5 minutes if I were to count for you. But Honorable Bartlett even strategically place it that at the center of revenue enhancement for municipalities is the difficulty for them because of the grading. But still, they still keep to free basic services because it takes care for the poor, and it is a policy for a party that takes care of its poor and indigents. We were here for Imbizo 2 weeks ago, and the people of the Western Cape told us, led by the president, how are they staying in Kayamand? How are they staying in Lang? How are they staying in Philippe? They actually went to an extent of defining and outlining a budget for the president of the people of the city of Cape Town and how it ensures that inequality is still perpetuated. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Municipal space is difficult. It needs collaboration. That is why we're calling it everybody's business. You then go to downgrade it to issues of common sense. Come for DDM, we will show you. What I know about elections is that they're in 2024. You are going out for your train. I'm coming out for your train. It will only be between me and you and the people who are going to choose, and you think you're going to rise from 22% to 72% to run this country. We still want to ensure that the sector supports, delivers on their mandate, bearing in mind the need to unite and provide a greater impact for the people of South Africa. The budget which we tabulated here is working and looking directly at ensuring that the African child also prospers.
Honorable
The African
Chairperson.
child also deliver. The African child is also becoming economic. Speaker.
I wanted to ask a question. Honorable House Chair, I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister what the...
I can't hear you, wait.
I wanted to ask a question to the Honorable Minister what the average, what the
proceed.
percentage was that the ANC received in the last elections, but I can tell her it was 46.7%, but let's leave it at that. 46.7%.
Your point of order. Order, honorable members, although I didn't hear your point of order because there was a noise.
It was not a point of order. I wanted to ask a question.
Oh,
I wanted to ask a question. Thank you.
It's over. It's over. Thanks, honorable delegate. We have come. Order, honorable members. Honorable delegate, we have come to an end of the debate of budget vote 3 and 15. Cooperative governance and traditional affairs. I would like to thank the minister, deputy ministers, MECs, and special delegate for their participation. Honorable delegate, we now proceed to the third order Policy debate on budget vote 16, Basic Education Appropriation Bill, Bill 3, 2023, National Assembly, Section 77. Honorable members, I would like now, honorable members, to invite the Deputy Chair to take over. And I would like also to call Honorable M.A. Mutseha, Minister of Basic Education, to open the debate.
You can start. Honorable Deputy Chair, before the Minister speaks, I'd like to raise a point.
Yes, Honorable Dangor, you may continue.
The decorum in this House has gone down, as Honorable Labuskaghni had alluded to earlier. But I think what we fail to understand is that English is the language of record by default and not constitutionally. So if Madam Ngwenya wants to address us in Sesotho, sitting in the chair she should be allowed to do that, and everybody else should be following that particular procedure, so that the language of this House is all 11 languages. And if Madam Ngwenya wants to use her own language, and I think that she should be allowed to do in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dangor. Honorable members, sometimes we forget that we are supposed, all of us have got the responsibility to uphold the decorum of the House, not only the presiding officers. So the fact of the matter is respect is mutual, and let us respect one another. Over to you, Honorable Minister. We will continue. I will never be bullied. I'm no one's child.
Okay. Honorable Deputy Chair, Deputy Minister, members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, before I start, I really will request that if I have a minute left, you take it over to my closing remarks. So today, Chair, we're presenting our 2023-24 budget, vote 16 in our Youth Month. Mindful of the reality that at the heart of any development within the basic education sector must obviously be about what learners learn. It continues to be of great significance for South Africa's development that the overall learning outcomes, according to reliable standardized testing programs such as SACMEC, which stands for Southern and Eastern African Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality, PILS, which stands for Progress in International Reading, and TIMS, which stands for Trends in International Maths and Science Studies, that they have improved progressively over the years. But equally, the devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic on teaching and learning since March 2020 continue to be a cause of great concern for us. Researchers agree that at the heart of the sector is learning, and at the heart of improving learning is improving reading in early grades. They reported that before COVID-19, we had seen progress in the reading abilities of our children. They noted that according to PILS, reading in grade 4 had improved between 2006 and 2016. And between 2011 and 2016, South Africa had the second fastest improvement among all PILS participating countries. The research also noted that by the end of 2021, the average of grade 4 learner could read as well as the average grade 3 learner before the pandemic. Therefore, there's been a loss of 1 year of learning as a result of COVID-19, and these losses are similar to what has been witnessed around the world. Honorable members, we recall that after PILS 2016 report was released, the basic education sector embarked on a variety of interventions to improve the foundations of learning through reading. And these interventions were introduced under the slogan of Read to Lead. And during the 2018 State of the Nation address, our president decreed that learners must be able to read for meaning by the age of 10. And DBE, in collaboration with NECT, which is National Education Collaboration Trust, immediately responded to the president's call by a coordinated broad consultation with critical stakeholders in the reading space, and the product which became the 2019 National Reading Strategy. On the 16th of May this year, DBE, like all other departments of education worldwide, received the report on PILS 2021. By the way, PILS is a coordinated 5-year basis by International Association of Education, of Evaluation and Educational Achievement. And it is a global standard for monitoring reading achievements at grade 4. An important transition point in learners' development as readers. It is important to know that PILS 2021 is the first international large-scale assessment to report results after successfully collecting data during COVID-19 pandemic, assessing 400,000 learners in 57 countries worldwide. South Africa was one of the 3 African countries in the African continent that participated in PILS 2021. The other countries were Morocco and Egypt. And the overall results of PILS are that our grade 4 learners who participated in PILS 2021 did drop from 320 points to 288 points. Our grade 4 girls performed better than boys. Girls performed at 317 points and boys at 216 points. And the overall scores that were received in grade 6 was 384 points for girls and for boys, and 408 points for girls. While acknowledging the devastating effects of COVID-19, these assessment studies, Chair, do continue to sharpen our understanding and plans on improving our performance on the reading for meaning. The researchers and experts from government and research institutions confirm that indeed reading for meaning is a very complex exercise. It's not your oral performance, but it is a very complex exercise which involves a number of interlaced variables which range from teaching skills, teaching resources, learner and teacher well-being, parental and societal involvement, cultural context, nuances and sensitivities in the children's learning path. Chairperson and honorable members, let me go to the budget. Chair, following the, let me just allow to relate the 2023 MTEF budget of basic education. Firstly, in 2023-2024, our MTF budget allocation for the Department of Basic Education is 31.8 billion, which is an increase of 7%. Secondly, our allocation for conditional grants is 25.3 billion, which is an increase of 9.5 billion. There are earmarked funds in the department, which stand at 3.1 billion, which is an increase of 6.3%. Fourthly, the 2023 MTF budget allocation for provinces is 304 billion, which is a growth of 2.3 billion. And it stands at 5.3 in terms of consumer price index. And this allocation will increase to 306 billion to 319 billion during the MTF. Respectively, different provinces were allocated as follows. Eastern Cape was allocated 41.4 billion, which is an increase of 3.3 billion. The Free State was allocated 7.6 billion, which is a decline of 0.6%. Gauteng was allocated 60.4 billion, which is an increase of 5.7%. KwaZulu-Natal was allocated 60.6 billion, which is a growth of 0.3%. Limpopo has been allocated 38.2 billion, which is a growth of 1.5%. And Mpumalanga has been given 24.9 billion, which is a growth of 0.2%. And the Northern Cape has received 8.1 billion, which is a growth of 1.7%. And Northwest has been allocated 20.6 billion, which is a negative growth of -1%. The Western Cape has been allocated 29.5 billion, which is a growth of 4.9%. Chair, I must say that the chunk of our budget is going to compensation of employees which stands at around 80%, but basically the compensation for employees stands at 229.1 billion, and it will increase to 237 billion over the MTF, and finally stand at 246 billion respectively, implying that the CEO of provincial budget allocations are equivalent to about 75%, which we think is very helpful as a sector. Chair, let me remind members about what we have said in the past about our work in the basic education sector. The basic education priorities we have committed ourselves to in order to be able to continue laying a solid foundation for a quality and efficient education system, as well as to contribute to providing permanent solutions to the architecture of the education and training system of our country. But because of time constraints, Chair, I won't be able to go into details. I just want to refer to the first critical one, which is ECD. Since ECD function shift came from social development, we've been hard at work with the Department of Social Development to implement innovative strategies to strengthen the foundations of learning, looking at the continuum from birth to early grades in the foundation and intermediate phases. The department did conduct what we call the National Census of Early Learning Programs in 42,200 ECD programs known in the country. The census did highlight the vast access challenges in South Africa, and we are in the process of developing a new publicly planned, coordinated, and funded mixed ECD provisioning model, which is based on the social justice principles of access, of equity, of redress, of inclusivity, efficiency, and quality. To regularize and align the function shift, the Department of Social Development and the Department of Basic Education are working on the amendment of the Children's Act. In the short term, medium term, the department has partnered with the presidency also on red tape reduction team to identify areas of streamlining registration processes and enabling greater collaboration with local government. The second study we also conducted around ECD since we received the function is a Thrive by 5 index baseline, which was conducted with the cooperation of the First National Bank, Innovative Edge, USAID, and ECD measure to assess the quality of ECD programs in a nationally representative sample. The study did reveal that only 45% of children who are currently attending ECD programs are developmentally on track. More worrisome, the study revealed that 50% of these children who are attending ECD programs will not thrive when they reach the age of 5. But also disheartening is the finding that of the children attending ECD program, 6% of them are stunted due to chronic malnutrition. The other study, Chair, we conducted in collaboration with the National Treasury and the World Bank is a public expenditure and institution review, which determines the funding on ECD programs by the different spheres of government and the different departments on the priorities of ECD outcomes. Clearly, the current model of funding and provision of ECD only through NPOs has to be reviewed. ECD programs must ensure that children's readiness to enter formal schooling. Therefore, it is important that a new holistic and inclusive model includes all communities of trust in the ECD space. The State Department, whose line functions have a direct impact on constitutional rights of children, such as the Department of Health, Social Development, Home Affairs, COCTA, Traditional and National Treasury, amongst the departments we're working with. So, honorable members, the second priority is a cluster of critical topics from our quest to strengthen our curriculum, focusing on the implementation of a curriculum with skills and competencies of a changing world in all public schools. It is a known fact that the department has taken bold and strategic decisions to actively move from a predominantly academic curriculum to one that is varied and inclusive. This groundbreaking move came in the form of the introduction of a multiple pathways education delivery approach of the 3-stream curriculum model. This was primarily driven by the department's quest for a response curriculum to the demands of a rapidly changing education and skills development sector of the 21st century. Significant trends have so far been made in the introduction of critical aspects of this innovative program. The introduction of 2 additional teaching and learning routes, the vocational and occasional streams, has created additional learning paths towards the attainment of the National Senior Certificate in the schooling system. This also enables greater learner choices that provides diverse learning experiences to fulfill learners' potential and meaningful contribution to society. Chair, parallel to our quest to strengthen our curriculum in the general and education training band, we have been piloting what we call the General Education Certificate, the GEC, which is an integral part in the implementation of the 3-stream curriculum model, which was initially piloted in 227 schools in 2022. We are stepping up to 1,000 schools, and amongst these, 126 of these schools are going to be schools of skills. And so, for the purpose of articulating the further education training band within schooling, the department has begun a process of conceptualizing and subsequently developing and strengthening the vocational and occupational streams, while engaging the Department of Higher Education and Training to ensure that programs are aligned to allow learners who have completed grade 9 qualification to articulate to TVET colleges should they choose to do so. So the third priority, Chair, is the school infrastructure delivery, which is delivered through the Education Infrastructure Grant, the accelerated CD, which is the accelerated school infrastructure delivery, and the schools appropriate for education, which is SAFE initiatives. In some provinces, the IG is augmented with respective provinces with equitable share allocations, but other provinces don't match, and they're supposed to be bargaining or to be budgeting for infrastructure so that they don't rely only on resources coming from national. And it's not happening in a number of departments. So in addition to the work that DPD and provincial departments have been doing is the replacement of schools built entirely of inappropriate materials, water supply to schools with no water, delivery of sanitation to schools with no toilets, and electricity supply to schools with no power. In 2018, the SAFE initiative was launched, and it focused on providing appropriate sanitation to schools which were dependent on basic latrines. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Chair and Minister, Deputy Minister will provide more information on this matter. But I must hasten to say that following a critical evaluation of the infrastructure challenges and the lessons learned from previous delivery strategies, DB has developed an infrastructure 10-point plan to accelerate the rollout of school infrastructure program. And the strategy was recently adopted and work streams are in place. And we have also briefed the committee, the parliamentary committee on work in this area. But the critical evaluation of infrastructure delivery recently conducted revealed a disturbing trend, as I said earlier, that over the years, PEDs have been cutting back on augmenting the provincial allocation they receive from national. So, Chairperson, honorable members, it would be remiss of us not to appraise this House about the challenges that were faced by KwaZulu-Natal on the delivery of the national school nutrition. Upon learning about the challenges of the school nutrition problem in KZN, with the opening of the term on the 12th of April, we sent teams to the province. We were supported by other provinces to make sure that indeed nutrition could be restored to order or could be restored to its best system. We requested them to suspend the new model that they had put in place, but make sure that they have a model that was going to work. So, Chair, I can assure this House here that we have been working with the province and indeed confronting the challenges that were experienced with the school nutrition. So, Chair, in conclusion, as a nation, I really want us, as we continue to celebrate the achievements, but we also have to be proud that we have a very resilient basic education system, which is continuing to recover from COVID-19 setbacks. The sector continues to rebuild better, reboot itself to its previous trajectory, as we continue to confront our ongoing challenges in the sector, which include not limited to learner performance, infrastructure delivery, well-resourced parental and involvement, the sector is well poised to face these challenges. So, Chair, in conclusion, and honorable members, because your watch is harassing me, allow me to thank our local and regional and international partners, sister departments that work with us, and organizations. Sincerely thank our partners from SACE, Umalusi, the ELRC, and NECT. Thank the teacher organizations and SGPs that continue to work and assist us, including learners, parents of learners with special needs, but our learner representatives. And I really want to thank you, Chair. Also thank the Deputy Chair, and thank also officials from the department. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You exactly used the time allocated to you. It's the first time that I see that. Can we now have the chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Nchabeleng, to continue with the debate? So you still have 2 minutes for later.
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy, we feel that you are part of us because you always in our meeting, whenever we call you, you either come, both of you, or if one is not there, the other one will be there. We really thank you for that. The recent progress in international reading literacy studies reports has highlighted a number of areas which require strengthening of our education system. It also went further to highlight some of the key environmental factors which impact the performance of learners. What is critical for us as a nation is to firstly acknowledge that the PEARLS assessment is undertaken by some countries which are largely developed countries with strong economies. Therefore, our orientation in interpreting and interrogating the report requires us to recognize particular realities. Firstly, the historical aspects which have shaped our education system as a country, from exclusion of the Black majority to the introduction of Bantu education and the major backlogs in our education system, which have been entrenched by apartheid spatial planning and under-resourcing of education of a Black child. Another critical element which the PEARLS report highlights are systemic issues which requires the nation to question the trajectory of the country in relation to teaching and learning languages. The highest performing test languages in grade 4 were Afrikaans and English, followed by isiZulu and Sesotho. This is so because majority of South Africans do not learn using their home language, which is a critical contributor to the cognitive development of children. The PEARLS 2021 study reveals that very low performance level in learners' ability to read for meaning as they turn 10. Grade 4 girls achieve 57 score points higher than grade 4 boys, which is statistically significant, like the minister mentioned. Grade 6 girls achieved an average score, which is 49 score points higher than the grade 6 boys, which is also very significant. These outcomes highlight areas of challenge and areas of progress, such as addressing gender inequality. The fact that girls are performing better than boys reflect the social progress of our society, as the girl child and women are largely suppressed, thus not realizing their full potential. These are some of the key policy issues we need to respond to. It is for this reason that the epidemic approach should begin from the forming and the development of learning, which begins at an early age. It is for this reason, the specific reason, that that health have a campaign on the first 1,000 days for children to support their physical and cognitive development. It is for this reason that the ANC in its manifesto committed to extend the core responsibilities of the Department of Education, of Basic Education, to include the provision of monitoring of early childhood development and to provide a comprehensive package of ECD services. That's birth registration, social assistance, parenting support, and quality learning. The ANC further committed to develop a plan to take care of the first 1,000 days of human life, from pregnancy until 2 years of age, in which the pregnant mother will get good nutrition, be encouraged to stop smoking and drinking alcohol, and undertake antenatal visits from an early stage. The baby will have good nutrition, exclusive breastfeeding, immunization, and growth monitoring. The ANC has increased its strategic focus on early childhood development because research has found that it is between the age of 0 to 5 wherein a child's cognitive development and ability to learn is shaped. With a high level of poverty and inequality in the country, many children are disadvantaged due to their living conditions. We must also recognize that just above 20% of our children are child standard growth due to food insecurity. It is for this reason our democratic government has focused on the provision of child support grants and nutrition programs, which will ensure children grow up healthy physically and their cognitive development improve. Though the ECD migration was undertaken from the 6th administration, the strategic work of reviewing the institutional model of the delivery of early childhood learning just in 23 and the census to assess the landscape for the latter in 2021 were undertaken. This has enabled the department to plan from an evidence-based approach. This process of developing a new system will be expedited. It is our concern that 1.3 million children aged 3 to 5 do not yet attending any form of early learning. For 3.5 children aged between 0 to 2, access gap is unknown. Only 45% of children accessing early learnings are developmentally on track. This honorable members reflects the correctness of the decision of the ANC-led government to focus on this phase, which breeds the inequality in our society and education system. In order to transform early learning in South Africa, we will need all social partners to join the efforts of addressing the gaps in the system. The department, working with civil society, business, labor, and community organization, parents and families have an important role to take proactive steps to firstly ensure children begin early learning at an early age. It requires societal investment by government and society to increase access to early learning. For new institutional framework to make an impact in improving access and outcomes of early learning, sufficient funding should be allocated for the department. Currently, the department is constrained from a fiscal position, which impacts the departmental conceptualization of universal access as a strategic object, as we have done for those in schooling. We must state that the current process of the amendment of the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, the Bella Bill, will also contribute in increasing learner attendance to ensure readiness for schooling from children through the compulsory introduction of grade R. This will improve learner readiness with elementary literacy and numeracy skills. The 54th National Conference of the ANC recognized that, I quote, having achieved commendable targets pertaining to access, redress, and equity, the ANC must further ensure that there is strategic alignment and reposition of the basic education sector by prioritizing policies and strategies targeting the achievement of quality teaching and learning outcomes, enhancing accountability system to ensure the establishment of quality outcomes and the efficiency in the basic education sector, close quote. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill seeks to enhance the organizational efficiency of the basic education system to improve school governance, leadership, and accountability, transforming education services and protecting vulnerable groups to ensure learner well-being and access to learning. Another critical matter is how reading is the low reading culture in our country, which has a significant impact on the reading levels of learners who are not adequately equipped with reading skills. Without reading, learners get to develop their language skills with less comprehension. The lack of comprehension results in learner reading without a sufficient understanding of what they are reading. In order to improve our education system, the PEARL's outcome has demonstrated that mother tongue education is a fundamental aspect of the pace of learning of children and learners. If we are to transform our education system, we need to invest in developing all official languages as mediums of instruction in various subjects. This will require significant investment to have the sufficient capacity to implement an education system with multiple mediums of instruction. With the rise of artificial intelligence and digital technology, we should in future have innovative solutions which enable a cost-effective system which offers mother tongue education. For children at ECDs, foundation phase and primary school are impacted by dual languages, as speaking English is not comprehensive in itself. You're learning through a foreign language. So it makes learning very difficult for our kids, particularly at the primary level. Support provided by guardians or parents are a major contributor on the learner's environment, and the language they use in their homes and the medium of instructions are a factor in a child's ability to learn. And whether there is a reading culture in their homes or not, it is also a factor. A child with parents or guardians who are not literate to the level of tutoring the learners are disadvantaged relatives relative to a learner who grows in a family with that educational support. This, honorable members, speaks to the holistic environment which needs to be harnessed for the cognitive development of children and their educational performance. Education is a public good which requires multiple social partners to improve. If we are, as a nation, focusing on the key issues which affect our education, and we provide sufficient resources and support for learners, the outcomes of our education system will improve. We live in a changing world, which requires our education system and curriculum to continuously adapt to the changing world as new innovation develops new knowledge. The global economy has adopted new technologies such as the fourth industrial revolution, which other developed countries such as China already are in the fifth industrial revolution evolution. This has an impact on the form and content of our education system. Our pedagogy should adapt with the changes through leveraging digital technology and developing critical skills as a key component of our educational learning outcomes, as the change of work requires creative thinking and innovation thinking being a critical quality, as automation and machines are undertaking various simple and complex processes. Through these interventions, Deputy Chair, we can create a better life for all through an education system which empowers the poor and rich for equal opportunities to participate in the economy and create a meaningful change in their lives. We owe this change to youth who are a beacon of our society. We owe it to the youth who have waged struggles for the transformation of our education. Our assessment tells us that the struggle continues to create equal opportunities, particularly for the poor. We are confident, Deputy Chair, that we are in the correct developmental trajectory, and future generation will benefit from a quality education system, which we have taken measures to transform since the democratic government. The ANC Deputy Chair supports this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chaveling. We will continue with the debate and we will now call Honorable Delmain Christians to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, and fellow South Africans, good day. Education is the cornerstone of progress and social mobility. It has the power to break the chains of poverty and unemployment, offering individuals the opportunity to fulfill their potential and contribute meaningfully to our society. However, under the ANC government, education has become a tool of oppression, perpetuating the very inequities we should seek to eradicate. The DBE's performance has been abysmal, and its handling of the budget and annual performance plans leaves much to be desired. Let's begin by examining the annual performance of the DBE. In the past year, the department set ambitious targets to improve literacy and numeracy rates among our students. However, the results speak for themselves. One of the most pressing challenges we face is the crisis in literacy and learning outcomes. The recent release of the PEARLS results painted a bleak picture. Shockingly, 1 in 5 grade 4 children cannot read for comprehension in any language. This is a national tragedy, as literacy forms the foundation upon which all other subjects and skills are built. Without the ability to read and comprehend, our children are destined to struggle academically and be left behind in an increasingly competitive global landscape. While the COVID-19 pandemic undoubtedly disrupted education systems worldwide, this DBE's response to this crisis has been woefully inadequate. The prolonged closure of schools, coupled with the lack of effective plans and strategies to mitigate learning loss, has had devastating consequences. A staggering 75% of learners attending no-fee schools lost between 50 and 75% of their learning time in 2020, with more than 25% experiencing similar losses in 2021. This equates to a lost generation, deprived of the education they deserve and need to succeed. The DBE's proposed catch-up initiatives and interventions have been nothing more than empty rhetoric. While other countries have announced comprehensive catch-up programs, South Africa lags behind with no budgeted national plan in place. The DBE's approach of providing free websites and deploying untrained unemployed youth in classrooms is a band-aid solution that fails to address the root causes of the learning crisis. Our learners deserve better. They deserve a properly funded, evidence-based catch-up plan that will equip them with the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in an increasingly competitive world. Moreover, the state of school infrastructure remains a damning indictment of the ANC's failure to prioritize the well-being and safety of our learners. It is unconscionable that more than 3,000 schools still have functional pit toilets, endangering the health and dignity of our children. Despite the government's repeated promises, the eradication of pit toilets and the improvement of school infrastructure have been mired in inefficiency, bureaucracy, and a lack of accountability. The consequences of this infrastructure crisis are not mere inconveniences. Tragically, we have witnessed the loss of innocent lives due to the deplorable conditions in some schools across the country. The death of young Langalam Vicky in her school's pit toilets stands as a haunting reminder of the ANC government's failure to ensure the basic safety and dignity of our children. It is a stain on our collective conscience that we have allowed such conditions to persist for decades. The ANC government's mismanagement and misallocation of funds further exacerbate the infrastructure challenges faced by our schools. The Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga Department returned millions of rands meant to address unsafe infrastructure, diverting resources to other provinces. This blatant disregard for the well-being of our learners is unacceptable and speaks to a deeper issue of corruption and mismanagement of public funds. In addition to these failures, the National School Nutrition Program has become yet another of the ANC's, an example of the ANC's ineptitude. The program, designed to provide meals to vulnerable learners, has been marred by irregularities and misappropriation of funds. In provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, thousands of schools experience disruptions in meal provisions, leaving learners hungry and compromising their ability to concentrate and learn. It is outrageous that officials entrusted with the well-being of our children would prioritize personal gain over the basic needs of our most vulnerable learners. To address these systemic failures and to ensure a brighter future for our children, a comprehensive and transformative approach is needed. The Department of Basic Education must be held accountable for its actions and omissions. It is imperative that the Minister and the DG present their budgeted catch-up and reading plans to Parliament, outlining specific milestones and measurable targets. This will allow for effective monitoring and ensure that the department delivers tangible results rather than mere empty promises. Furthermore, we must learn from successful models implemented in other provinces, such as the Western Cape, where quality education and infrastructure have been prioritized. The Western Cape's budgeted, implemented and monitored reading plan, along with its Back on Track program, serves as a prime example of proactive and effective governance. By investing in reading skills and providing targeted support, the province has achieved higher literacy rates compared to the rest of the country. We must draw inspiration from such success stories and replicate them nationwide. Additionally, the eradication of pit toilets and the improvement of school infrastructure cannot be delayed any longer. The DBE must adopt efficient models of construction of quality schools, ensuring that learners have access to safe and dignified learning environments. The budget allocated for infrastructure must be utilized effectively without any further delays or mismanagement. The National School Nutrition Program must undergo an urgent audit to identify and rectify the issues plaguing its implementation. Accountability measures must be put in place to hold responsible individuals and entities accountable for their actions. The provision of meals in school should not be subject to corruption and negligence. It should be a fundamental right of every hungry child in South Africa. Moreover, we must not lose sight of the quality of education being delivered. The narrow focus on high pass rates without corresponding emphasis on depth and comprehension undermines the value of the matric certificate. We must prioritize the development of critical thinking, creativity, and entrepreneurial skills among our learners. Continuous assessment should be explored as a means to provide a more comprehensive and accurate measure of students' abilities. In conclusion, the failures of the Basic Education Department cannot be ignored or tolerated any longer. It is time for a fundamental shift in our approach to education with a clear focus on quality, accountability, and transformative change. We must prioritize the needs of our learners, ensuring that they have access to quality education, safe infrastructure, and proper nutrition. The future of our nation depends on the decision we make today. Let us vote out the ANC oppressors in 2024 and usher in a new era of governance that will prioritize education as a pathway out of poverty and unemployment. Let us commit to providing our children with the opportunities they deserve so they can fulfill their potential and contribute to the prosperity of our great country. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. We continue with the debate and we will call on Honorable F. Gade, that is Eastern Cape MEC Education. Honorable Gade.
Honorable Chair, once more, good evening to you, good evening to the Deputy Chairperson, and good evening to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, colleagues, and invited guests. Honorable Chair, I am sure we all agree that in accelerating the development, the country needs the active support of all citizens, the leadership in all sectors that puts the country's collective interest ahead of narrow interests, the short-term goals, and thus radically improving the government's performance ultimately. The progress we're talking about in the basic education system requires consistent focus on the targets and interventions whilst dealing with the challenges as they arise, Honorable Chair. We are increasingly prioritizing interventions, improvement programs, and policies that targets improved quality of learning and teaching to ensure that quality outcomes are achieved across the basic education system in the province in particular and also in the country in general. As indicated, Honorable Minister Msache, through you, Chair, our sector interventions continues to cater for both learners who are at risk of underperformance and also learners who are moderate to high achievers. This differentiated approach outlined by basic education in the country aims to address both content deficiencies that might prevent learners from achieving good educational outcomes, as well as providing support to moderate and high achievers to improve their performance in the system, thereby improving the quality of learning outcomes generally. Honorable Chair, let me also remind honorable members that firstly, yes, indeed, Chair, we are, of course, one of the most, we are proud of the national class of 2022 as a province and also as a country, by which we produced the second highest rate number achieved since the introduction of the National Senior Certificate Examination 15 years ago. That's a milestone that we would want to share with the honorable members and begin to work on the milestone that we're talking about. If we look very closely in terms of the performance system of education in the country in general. Again, Chair, the global competitiveness of the South African education system is also evident from the World Education Forum's report titled Countries with the Last Best Education Systems in Africa, consulted to 38 African countries on the quality of schooling in each nation. Yes, of course, we might have some challenges, Chair, but we're giving these statistics so that when we make comparison about the schooling system we have in the province and also in the country in general, we are able to locate that argument within the competitiveness systems that the African continent have, and also the global village that we are benchmarking about, Chair. Coming closer into the province, Chairperson, and the members, the no-fee paying schools were the biggest weight pullers in the 2022 NSC results. Compared to other provinces in the province, the 75.5 pass rate was from quintile 1 to 3 schools, which then ranked the province against other quintile 1 to 3 in the country at a position of 5. Again, if you look into the quintile 4 to 5, which then got 89.2%, again, which ranked the province at position 3. Again, if you look into subject comparison, accounting to be precise as an example, which gave the province 74.8% in quintile 1 to 3 schools, which also ranked the province into position 1 in that particular regard. We are dissecting the results, Chair, so that we can be able to see where are the pockets of excellence in the system? Where are the shortcomings of the system in the province? Where are these learners that are enrolled more in any district? And what should be then our strategic intervention on that? What should be the methodology used in ensuring that at least we are able to pull up whatever that would be needed in ensuring that we sustain the momentum that the country does have, Chair. So we are giving that reflection in order to be able to say, indeed, this is a department whose mandate is teaching and learning. And therefore, we ought to master the art and skill of that. Anything else must be able to be built in within what then becomes the core and the strategic mandate of the sector, Chair. In terms of the provisioning of school nutrition, Chair, we are proud to say key to it and the access and redress we have been able to deal with it. Because school nutrition in terms of the program in the province of the Eastern Cape, we implement it in terms of the strategy in addressing the food and nutrition insecurity due to the increased levels of poverty. So there is a relationship, Chair, between the socio-economic conditions of the households and the performance of the individuals of that household in the context of the learners and the kids that are coming there. Hence, we welcome the introduction of the breakfast meal that the National Department of Education has afforded the province to deal with it. And of course, this is one area that I can proudly say we have been able to master the art and skill of managing it, albeit that it has challenges of transactions during the course of the first quarter this year. Hence, we have got excellent awards for the best implementing school in the country, which come from Eastern Cape, from Buffalo City District, the Tandulwazi Primary School. And I'm therefore saying, Chair, one of those important signal points is to ensure that there is a scientific relationship between what is happening in the theater of production of knowledge and skill, which is the classroom, and the support system in the context of the socio-economic conditions of those that should benefit from the state apparatus in the form of the school nutrition program, Chair. In terms of the sector plans and proposals, we have maintained throughout a number of key principles that speaks to improving learning and teaching, more specifically learners that attend schools every day and on time because they want to come to school. And we are tracing that attitude and culture, Chair, learning from the time we experience a bit of hiccups that were associated with COVID-19 and the debate in the nation at that time when we ought to close school because of the COVID-19. The reaction, therefore, which then emanates out of the relationship between the food security grant system that government has with what we ought to do in the context of the learning and teaching that we have in the province. Chair, as I'm concluding, there are some specific examples that would want to allude into as a department in order to reinforce the debate here. The first cohort of survival rate across phases, which is a good proxy for stability in the sector itself. The cohort survival rate across the districts stands at 96, meaning that the department has been able to move from 96 of our learners from grade R to grade 12, showing a significant drop in the attrition rate of yesteryears. We are building up a relationship, Chair, on this particular paragraph, just to elaborate on it. On the relationship again between—
Honorable member, your time has expired.
The missing learners, Chair, with
Your
the
time
throughput
is
that
up.
we want to talk to. Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gade. We will now call on Honorable MRP De Bruin.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The state of basic education in South Africa is by far not satisfactory, and the government's efforts over the last decade have not yielded any positive results. An international study has revealed that 81% of grade 4 pupils in South Africa can't read with meaning. So this means that the majority of young learners have already fallen behind before they had a proper chance to succeed. This, Honourable Chair, needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency, and the government needs to work hand in hand with all stakeholders, including communities, parents, teachers, and learners, to improve it. We all believe that education is the key to unlocking South Africa's true potential. But because of this department's failures, government has failed to do so. Agbare voorsitter, as gevolg van hierdie departement is daar tekort aan gekwalifiseerde onderwysers, swak infrastruktuur in skole, onvoldoende toegang tot onderwys vir kinders in arm gemeenskappe en 'n gebrek aan betrokke ouerskap, om maar 'n paar op te noem. Nadat bekend geword het dat die 81% van graad 4's in 2021 nie met begrip kon lees nie, het die agbare minister ewe trots aangekondig dat daar departement besig is met die finalisering van die hersiende nasionale leerplan om hierdie probleem, of eerder die skande, te beredder. En dit is nie 'n prestasie, agbare minister. Dis 'n situasie wat in die eerste plek nie tot hierdie punt moes gekom het nie. Leesvaardighede kan slegs doeltreffend verbeter as aan die grondslagfase saam met opvangprogramme dringend gefokus word op die aanstelling van spesialisopvoeders en terapeutiese dienste. Ons skole het meer maatskaplike werkers, arbeidsspraak en fisioterapeute nodig en minder onbevoegde opvoeders wat in poste gedruk word op enige kriteria behalwe meriete. Voorsitter Dr. Jaco Dieken, uitvoerende hoof van FETSAS, het onlangs in 'n mediaverklaring gesê dat geld in die onderwysdepartement in die verkeerde rigting vloei. En dit is tereg so as ons gaan kyk na hoe die begroting voorsiening maak vir 121,5 miljoen rand aan die National Education Collaboration Trust. Hierdie trust is geskep as 'n platform vir samewerking met rolspelers in die privaat sektor om onderwys by te staan. Maar dit het egter nou verander in 'n parallelle struktuur wat 'n groot help van die onderwysbegroting ontvang. Verder noem hy dat die presidensiële jeug- en diensnemingsprojek, wat deel vorm van die presidensiële en diensnemingsstimulusprogram, is veronderstel om deur die presidentsie gefinansier te word. En dit is moeilik om te begryp dat 6,9 miljard rand van die onderwysbegroting nou hiervoor gebruik word. Dit, agbare voorsitter, dit is fondse wat beter aangewend kon geword het in infrastruktuur en die basiese nodige hulpmiddels wat ons leerders broodnodig het vandag. Maar soos gewoonlik word daar geprioritiseer in enige belang, behalwe in die van ons leerders, wat die toekoms van môre moet wees. Deputy Chair, for years the Freedom Front Plus has pleaded to this department to give every child in South Africa the benefit of mother tongue education. In 2019, in our manifesto, it was clearly stated, and I quote, "Neglecting mother tongue education contributes to poor performance and a high dropout rate. The fact that Afrikaans and English-speaking learners receive instruction in their mother tongue explains why a larger percentage of these grade 1 learners go on to complete grade 12. Even at tertiary level, mother tongue education has measurable benefits, and thus the foundation of the Freedom Front Plus's educational policy is that learners must have access to mother tongue education." It further states that early childhood development is of the utmost importance and must be the responsibility of the Department of Education and not the Department of Social Development. At present, South Africa's expenditure on this phase of education is one of the lowest in the world. The most important formative years of a child's life are between the ages of 0 and 4 years, as this is the time when the brain develops the fastest. If proper development does not occur during these formative years, children may struggle in school later on. Quality early childhood development training will improve learners' performance in school and will address the problem of a poor throughput rate. Close quote. Unfortunately, Chair, this department will rather sink the ship than take good advice for the sake of our youth. Kortom gestel, agbare voorsitter, die departement van basiese onderwys het nie die vermoë om aan die behoeftes van ons kinders te voldoen nie. En die ANC regering in geheel sien dit ook nie as 'n prioriteit nie. Daar word beraam dat korrupsie in staatsentiteite soos Eskom en Transnet die land meer as of ongeveer 500 miljard rand gekos het, terwyl die begroting vir basiese onderwys tans 31,8 miljard rand is. So dit kom daarop neer, agbare voorsitter, dat meer as 15 jaar se begroting vir onderwys eerder deur die ANC regering gesteel is as om te belê in die toekoms van ons kinders. Dit, voorsitter, is hoe die ANC Kamsdag Suid-Afrikaners wil bemagtig. Die publiek daar buite se oë begin oopgaan, voorsitter, en die ANC sal die gevolge dra daarvan kom 2024. Dankie.
Dankie, agbare De Bruin. We are continuing with the debate, and we will now call on the Honorable the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Regina Mahauli.
Deputy Chair, greetings to you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, Minister Motshekga, and members of the NCOP. I rise to express my profound sadness at the recent passing of Honorable Tina Jumart Peterson, who is the member of the National Assembly and a member who served South Africa for many years. Chair, I'm joining all those that were saying that, but let me start by reflecting on the key moments that have shaped today's people's education as a tribute to our forebearers. We do so, Deputy Chair, because we are comforted that their struggle was not in vain. We owe a debt of gratitude to the visionaries of the 1976 Soweto uprising who shook the foundation of apartheid Bantu education 47 years ago. We are indebted to the pioneers of people's education, the Soweto Parents Crisis Committee, celebrating 38 years since the momentous event of its formation. We are also grateful to the activists who bravely confronted the apartheid states and championed people's education within the National Education Crisis Committee 37 years ago. We are also indebted to President Nelson Mandela, the father of our democracy in South Africa, and his generation of freedom fighters, the real freedom fighters, as we celebrate 33 years since he was released from prison and even 10 years after he passed on, for gifting us the greatest treasure of them all, freedom in our country, South Africa. Deputy Chair, to continue in the footsteps of the giant, the basic education sector successfully implemented the 3 phases of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, creating more than 850,000 job opportunities to young people in South Africa to support teaching and learning in primary and secondary schools, including special schools. The National Treasury allocated 26.7 billion rands over 4 financial years to implement this presidential initiative. In 2020-2021 financial year, the sector was allocated 6.2 billion rands and 6.6 billion rands in 2022-23, and also in 6.9 in 2023-24. The last phase, which is phase 4, is being implemented from February 2023 and will end in September this year. Also, phase 4 was divided into 2 cohorts, one of 155,100 starting on the 1st of February 2023 and another one 100,000 beginning on the 2nd of May. To date, phase 4 of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative in the basic education sector created many jobs. Since December 2020, the basic education sector has created 1.1 million jobs or job opportunities for youth between the ages of 18 and 35 without prejudice of color, race, language, disability, or gender. The only critical qualification criteria are youth between the ages of 18 and 34, a valid South African ID documentation, and a grade 12 pass for education assistant position, and no grade 12 certificate is required for general school assistant position. The other purpose of the intervention is to provide youth with decent jobs, meaningful work experience and skills through formal and informal education. Chair, according to Stats SA Census Mid-Year Population estimates that 2022, South Africa has 20.6 million youth between the ages of 15 and 35, of whom 10 million are not in education, nor employment or training. The program addresses past imbalances by recruiting women and addressing poverty and unemployment among youth. Deputy Chair, Funza Lushaka Pesari Scheme is a flagship training program that has trained thousands of new teachers, making it one of the most successful public sector training schemes. The allocation from the National Treasury for 2022-23 is just above 1.3 billion rands for this financial year. This translates into a target of 11,800 full bursaries to be awarded to students in the 2023-24 financial year for the Bachelor of Education degree and postgrad PGCE across the 24 participating public higher education institutions. I was Chair, we are training teachers for the future beyond the 4th Industrial Revolution. In June 2022, we entered into a memorandum of agreement for 3 years to train teachers on skills of a changing world, focusing on coding and robotics. This agreement includes 5 teacher unions: the South African Democratic Teachers Union, NATU, NAPTOSA, PEU, and the South Afrikaanse Onderwysers Unie. As part of this agreement, 23,967 teachers nationwide underwent training in coding, robotics, and digital skills in their first year. This number exceeded the targeted goal of the teachers by 1,467. Chair, the Teacher Appreciation and Support Program initiated in 2015 has grown in leaps and bounds. In 2022-23, we awarded 40 teachers honors for teaching excellence during National Teachers Month in October. In addition, teachers were acknowledged and supported through various other activities and initiatives coordinated by the Basic Education and Provincial Education departments. The draft caps for coding and robotics is being finalized by the reference team. The curriculum will be implemented in phases, with foundation phase starting in 2024 and grade 4 to 9 beginning in 2030. UNISA accredited training has been offered to foundation phase educators, and more than 15,000 teachers have been orientated using the Basic Education SASOL Moodle platform. The teacher union collaboration has trained over 23,000 educators in unplugged and using ICT devices. Chair, school safety remains the bane of our existence. We have adopted a multi-sectoral approach to this campaign. We and our partners, especially deputy ministers from the Department of police, social development, home affairs, health, communication and digital technologies, correctional services, justice and constitutional development rolled out an interdepartmental campaign. 5 provinces have boosted the campaign activation: Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest and Eastern Cape. Want to thank the Free State for initiating this campaign on their own without waiting for the national government. The campaign focuses on the prevention of violence, bullying, corporal punishment, gender-based violence, learner pregnancy, and drugs and substance abuse. We are working very well with many partners, including, as I mentioned, the departments, including counselors, traditional leaders, faith-based organizations. All of them were not counting anyone out. We'll continue to work with all the stakeholders in making sure that schools remain safe for all our learners and teachers to be in. House Chair and honorable members, as Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionary and politician, once said, ignorance is the root of many ills. Knowledge must be fundamental ally of nations that aspire, despite all their tragedies and problems, to become fully emancipated to build a better world. That's why we appreciate all people that are joining hands in making sure that education in South Africa is a success, not those that are always criticizing and not bringing any input. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Mr. Baha, Honorable Baha.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Honorable House Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, good day. Chairperson, allow me to pass my deepest condolences to the families of young souls that perished in a gruesome accident on their way to school in Mitchell's Plain last week. I wish that the authorities will do all in their power to find answers to this tragedy. Chair, the second point is that today or this morning, a taxi that was carrying 44 children to school in KZN got involved in a car accident, and all those kids were injured to varying in degrees. And so I want to call on the ministry to follow up these matters, because really something urgent must be done to ensure that there's a safe way of kids getting to school without parents worrying whether they will get the bad news later on the day or not. So that's just a call that I wanted to make. In the aftermath of the second year of substantial loss of learning time due to closures and rotational timetables caused by COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the exacerbation of the sanitation and infrastructure crisis at many schools, the government needs to take deliberate steps to prioritize basic education to ensure that all learners are safe and are provided with their constitutional right, the right to education. Provinces must be encouraged to embark on making up for the lost time around the COVID, where children were kept at home. And so there's a need to work on that to ensure that we do really get into measures that will assist us in catching up, ensuring that children are able to benefit out of our basic education. After 29 years of democracy, it is appalling to note that there are still children who are subjected to using pit toilets. I think this was mentioned earlier. Years have come and gone, and the department has been slow on eradicating the pit toilet system. And yet another child's body was found in a pit toilet at a school. Minister, between now and 2025, whose child must die before you take a leadership position, njengomzali? This cannot be postponed to 2025, as the kids are dying today. Inimba mayibenye boma. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa clearly states that every child has the right to education and safety. In a country like South Africa, where gender-based violence is a growing pandemic, we need education as a cornerstone of empowerment against such a trend. The government's continued deprioritization of funding for basic education flies in the face of the nature of constitutionally protected right. The right to basic education enshrined in Section 29.1 of the Constitution is an immediate realizable right, is not subject to internal qualifiers such as the state's available resources or progressive realization. Minister, your department has a responsibility to recognize the importance of the right by availing resources to provide a fair and secured education system to all the children in this country. Under the current government, South Africa has one of the worst performing education systems in the world, marked by incompetence and corruption. South Africa is the single biggest learning underperformer relative to GDP per capita among low and middle income countries. South Africa performs worse than Kenya or Tanzania, which have a GDP per capita of less than 1/5 of South Africa. Two primary factors contribute to poor teaching levels. First, many teachers lack capabilities or content knowledge and pedagogical skills to teach better. The second is that a non-trivial number is unwilling to do so, but there are three imperatives that we need to address. One, tackle corruption and state capture in education by prohibiting cadre deployment and introducing measures to remove political gatekeeping on education departments. Two, raise accountability levels by bringing back the annual national assessment for grade 1 to 9. Thirdly, improve teacher performance by introducing higher teacher training standards, more effective support by existing teachers, and the urgent recruitment of skilled experts in maths and science field. The DA calls on the Minister of Basic Education, Angie Motshekga, to institute an audit of all national school nutrition programs in all the provinces, after learners in KZN and the Eastern Cape have been forced to go hungry because those departments failed to ensure schools had food to provide meals. This is on the heels of the chaos in KZN, which left 30,000 learners at 540 schools without meals. 4,982 schools in Eastern Cape have not provided their learners with meals due to administrative failures to pay schools and service providers. It is becoming increasingly clear that some of the providers are not capable of effectively managing this crucial program. And we need to know which other programs are in jeopardy as a matter of urgency if we are to prevent learners in other provinces from going hungry. The last point that I want to make, Chairperson, is around the issue of the Bella Bill. The ANC government's persistence in pushing the Bella Bill through Parliament, despite the widespread objections, is deeply concerning. The proposed measures to centralize power, undermine school governing bodies, and restrict language policies threaten the autonomy and diversity of our schools. Our call for rejection of the Bella Bill is to safeguard the interest of our students and communities and uphold the principles of quality of education. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable N. Ndongeni, ANC.
Ucela ungandikhwaza andifuni kwatata undikhwazayo because mna andikhwazi mntu. Sihlalo. Honorable Smith, order.
Sihlalo. Wendlu wisomthetho. Deputy Chairperson. Wena sihlalo, Minister and Deputy Ministers. Amalungu abekekileyo. Abahlonitshwa nabasekela babahlonitshwa. Abakwi-virtual. Kunye nabantu igesi ke indwendwe zalapha ezithe zawuzokumamela le budget. Chair, central to the education system is our learners. And as a nation focusing developing the human capabilities of children and the youth is crucial for political, social, and economic development. We also recognize that for these learners to succeed in the education system, government, society, families, and education stakeholders have a role to play in creating a conducive environment for the success of the learner. As the African alludes that it takes a village to raise a child. As we celebrate Youth Month, we should also reflect on how our community have raised many young people who would have not succeeded without the communal ethos of our communities. As an African, we largely grow up in extended families, and our communities take interest in the well-being of their neighbors. These are the value and ethos we should protect. It is these ethos that will contribute to the strengthening of the environment of learning. It is always important to understand the basic education system with an orientation which is learner-centered. The teacher are not as employment, but to teach learners. All components of the education system are in essence existing to serve learners. In so doing, benefit the broader development objectives of our society as contained in the Constitution and the National Development Plan. Our learners and youth are confronted with various challenges which are impact on their learning in schools, in their homes, and in communities. With the country facing a second pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide, our learners are not immune from this pandemic. In our schools, reports have been made of teachers and learners sexual harassing other girls' child. We do have adults in the public who target school girls. A number of sexual harassment cases of teachers are being investigated, and other teachers have been found guilty and stripped of the right to teaching. We need to increase the capacity and capabilities of the South African Council of Education to be agile and effective in managing various investigations. Chairperson, on learners who commit these acts, action should be taken, and the department should continuously run advocacy campaigning in our schools to create awareness around this problem. Our communities, religious organizations, civil society, and community structure should also discourage the conduct of those who prey on learners. Facts which should always linger in our minds is that adolescent girls and young women between the age of 10 to 19 make 4.4 million, are infected, constituting 23% of the global average. HIV prevalence among young women is nearly 4 times than that of young men, while 46% of sexual abuse complaints are children. These are approximately 1,300 newly HIV-infected adolescent girls and young women in South Africa per week. Sorry. A total of 90,037 girls aged 10 to 19 years gave birth from March 2021 to April 2022. This reflects the tragic reality of our social fiber and the vulnerability of adolescents, girls, and young women. We have a duty as this generation to lay foundation that changes these statistics in future. This is not a problem to be solved by school, but by all social partners. Another social issue impacting our learners is the use of drugs and alcohol, which has impact on the health and focus of learners. The location of alcohol stalls next to the school and the lack of monitoring of activities by enterprises and person loitering next to school create a threat for people for peddling drugs. In some areas in communities, know people who sell alcohol and drugs to learners. We call on the department to continue working with the police department and municipality law enforcement to ensure security of schooling areas is strengthened. Our communities and civil society and school governing bodies have a role to play in exposing the peddlers of these substances as they are having a severe impact on the youth. As we remember the youth generation of 1976 and other youth generations should declare a war against drugs in our schools and communities if we are in safeguard the future of our nation and decrease the disease burden. We should also remember the devastating experience the nation had gone through when a learner committed suicide in Mbilwa High School due to bullying. Bullying has a severe psychological impact on learners, and we should monitor these aspects. This requires focusing on school leadership to have the capabilities to develop a school culture. An institution culture is important to embed principles in the value system of the schools. The department should be able to enable transmission of best practice to develop a developmental school culture, which has the appropriate environmental for teaching and learning. A guide and training for school management team should be developed. We need to strengthen monitoring of the distribution of sanitary towels in our schools. The dignity of the girls is important and learners cannot be disorientated or miss schools due to the lack of sanitary towels. This is an aspect which requires increased resourcing, and this should be a social good for women in general. We welcome the expansion of the National School Nutrition Program to offer breakfast in provinces with the capacity to do so. We should state that incidents in KwaZulu-Natal is unfortunately ungaphinde bahumise ngayo. And the department should adopt a coherent approach for the sector, taking into consideration local economic development. In essence, the NSP assists in redistributing government expenditure. It is not centralized. Centralizing has a system risk as experienced in KZN. We welcome the continued provision of scholar transport. This is critical to improve the condition of learners. We also know that the program does not cover all learners who are in need, but we welcome the review of regulations to ensure that most vulnerable are supported through the program. House Chairperson, the transformation of our education system should be underpinned by curriculum transformation. Our curriculum should respond to the domestic, continental, and global context. The domestic aspect is critical with regard to embedding the national imperative in our curriculum to build our society. Our country remains patriarchal and with a colonial history. We should ensure that philosophical underpinning of our education system should address patriarchy, sexism, racism, tribalism, xenophobia, violence, and develop critical thinking skills and innovation. We should ensure history is a critical component of our syllabus. We cannot have process of social reproduction through education institution with learners who do not know their history. Honorable Minister, the area we have highlighted impact on our communities in all 9 provinces and the departments through its policies and budget should strengthen intervention with the increased level of unemployment. Youth education system should produce critical thinkers and entrepreneurial thinking learners. It must be produce innovation who will innovate companies
which will transform our economy. We are confident that once fully developed after the success of the pilot program, many of our learners will start learning coding, robotics at a young age. Resources will never be enough to advance all the key priorities, but we should mobilize all resources from social partners to augment the budget allocation for increased impact in this sector. The quality learning and teaching campaign are in critical instrument which should adequate fund ensure they are functional. The social threat of these social ills impact the environment of the key stakeholders in the education system, being learners. They are a gift of the nation, and Africa will be a young continent, and therefore our education system should be expanded through infrastructure development program, which is acknowledged the current work undertaken by the department in this regards. Learners are our hope for prosperous society. There are our hope to transform our society and envisage in the preamble of our Constitution. The ANC support the budget 16. Inkosi mhlali ngaphambi. Andimazi ke Honorable Baha uthethe ngebhila ibill andiyazi le bill athetha ngayo kuba ke thina phaa ekomitini ayikafika andiyazi uba lulwimi ahambe lixhola phi na. Ndiyabulela.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable M. Lerule Ramakanya, Limpopo, MEC Education.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the House, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, members of the committee, and all in attendance, colleagues, MEC from other provinces. Honorable Chair, let me start by taking this opportunity to thank and appreciate the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, May Enjimutsega, for her diligence and dedication to the education sector. It is because of her hard work and extra effort that we are today boosting significant improvement in basic education. The Deputy Minister, Dr. Mahaule, together with Team Basic Education, have done a great job in ensuring that our education is counted amongst the best in the world. It is very difficult in this fast-changing world to adapt if you don't have visionaries to guide and lead. Honorable Chair, the three pillars as articulated in the budget vote delivered by the Minister in mid-May resonate with many of us, and I want to say upfront that the Minister was spot on. In Limpopo, as we support the budget as articulated by the Minister, we have declared 2023-2024 a year of infrastructure rollout. The push to eradicate unsafe abolition facilities and delivery of proper schools infrastructure is non-negotiable. We have made strides since the dawn of democracy to ensure that we restore the dignity of a Black child in our communities, and I can confirm that in Limpopo, most of our schools are registered between the categories of quintile 1 to quintile 3. Honorable Chair, the province has over 3,600 schools across the 10 education districts, and we acknowledge the backlog in rolling out, but we also appreciate the milestone achieved thus far. We have over the years built state-of-the-art schools in rural areas because we believe that all children are equal. Just last week, Honorable Chair, we officially handed over a 42 million rand state-of-the-art school in the community of Malamulele under Collins Chabane municipality. The schools that we are building, amongst other things, comprise of the one that we handed over comprised of the new 24 classrooms with 12 tanks for water harvesting, a large admin block with sufficient space for educators and admin staff, 36 with waterborne toilets, 2 boreholes, nutrition center, computer laboratory, library, and science and life sciences laboratory, which this is a combo. And this has been a standard of the type of infrastructure that we are rolling out in the province. Chairperson, this is to highlight that we have moved from just building schools, but we are aligning the structures to the curriculum and to ensure that we produce learners who will be ready to tertiary and beyond. The improved 2022 metric results can also be attributed to the friendly learning and teaching environment that we continue to provide to our communities. We have over 35 schools infrastructure projects on the ground as we speak, and they are all on course. We are hoping and planning to receive and hand them over to the communities to this very financial year. As we celebrate the Youth Month, we'll be opening 2 schools in one Sekhukhune district and one Capricorn district in this month of June. Honorable Chair, we have also made strides in the provision of the proper sanitation for our learners, especially our little happy feet in the foundation phase. The safety and dignity of our learners is a priority, and we have made significant progress in the reduction of pit latrines. We believe that even the parents will be comforted to know that their little children are attending school with no risk of falling into the toilets. Our new infrastructure projects align to the little happy feet that we have, and their sanitation abolition block align to the ages that they have. These are the schools with a combination of old and new sanitation facilities. Our plan is to move swiftly with the addition of either waterborne or Envirolu to make a way for the demolition of old and unsafe abolition structures. Honorable Chair, our core business as well as the department in Limpopo is to ensure that we have a tight curriculum that is fully supported in order to achieve our goal of providing basic education. Under curriculum support, in response to the quest to strengthen curriculum in the GET band, the department is currently busy fortifying the GEC infrastructure, a process that is currently in its pilot phase initiative to establish a sub-directorate in the examination and assessment chief directorate area at an advanced stage as per the DBE directive being given support by the Honorable Minister. Very soon, the running of the GEC will equal to that of the National Senior Certificate in the FET band. The three-stream model in the PD in collaboration with DBE and other relevant stakeholders are busy at work to strengthen the three-stream model. Recently, the provincial curriculum team has been robbed into the think tank structure that is facilitated by the DBE to assist the conceptualization of the three-stream model, which is meant to change curriculum landscape of our province. The process is at an advanced stage. As a province honorable chair, we benefit from the MST conditional grant. The department has developed a plan funded by the MST conditional grant to support and strengthen the focus school concept, whose focus is on agriculture, mining, commerce, arts, service and mathematics and sciences. These are the efforts by the department to respond to the economic priorities of the Limpopo province. And we want to confirm, Honorable Chair, that in the reading and writing report has once more revealed that the reading and writing our GET learners are faced with the day in and day out. Using the report, the department is currently putting systems and strategies to strengthen the reading and writing in the foundation phase and intermediate phase, and as already articulated by the Honorable Minister. It will be a gross injustice, Honorable Chair, if I don't make mention of the progress we have made as a province in the function shift of the ECD to education as alluded on the 8th of May. We have inherited over 3,600 creches from the Social Development Department, and I can confirm that they are all properly registered. We are currently on a drive through the local radio station canvassing for all unregistered creches and ECDs centers managers to register their centers. We have since taken over registering just over 160 new ECD centers, and we hope to finalize the registration of more centers in the current financial year. Let me reassure the House, Honorable Chair, that the future of our learners comes first. We are proud to announce that we are aligned to the vision as the Honorable Minister have given direction that we are taking the country to a proper direction to ensure that we are grooming learners who can read with understanding. Last week, we had a successful provincial launch at Masisi village in the eastern side of Musina. We handed over a newly built low-cost ECD centers meant to benefit the most rural and vast areas. We are proud, Honorable Chair, of the change we have made to the children. As I conclude, we want to say to the House, we believe that every child is indeed a national asset, and we are doing our utmost best to protect and provide the proper education for them in Limpopo. We support the budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable M.K. Shilwane, Gauteng MEC Education.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Speaker, Minister Njumtsecha, Deputy Minister, Dr. Makhaule, and members of the NCOP. We have over the last 3 decades traveled far in transforming the education sector of this country as we honor the rights enshrined in our Constitution. While there are still numerous challenges facing education, we have achieved a level of stability that was not seen in 20 years prior to democracy across all communities, not just those that were advantaged. We have achieved an access rate in education that equals many developed countries and surpasses many developing countries. More importantly, we have done so under a single national education policy framework that aims to transform education governance and education provisioning, including the curriculum framework. We have also put in place social security packages that ensure that there is access to learning in the classroom. We are providing social grants, nutrition programs, scholar transport, provide preferential education funding that is both proper and equitable. One must not omit the past legislation in introducing no-fee schooling in the neediest communities. In addition, we are progressively increasing access to grade R. We have improved school infrastructure, including renovation to school building, facilitating electrification, and the provision of telephone lines to schools. Chair, despite all the successes, one must reflect and ask the question, has the quality of education improved in the last 29 years? While education has been high priority for this government since 2009, it has become the single highest priority, or IPEX priority as it is called. Chair, it's partly in recognition of the importance of education that we continue investing in the quality thereof. It is also partly in recognition of the fact that we have not made as much progress in improving the quality of education, especially in poor communities, as we would have liked. Let me be more specific. We have not yet eradicated the shadow of history in reversing the legacy of apartheid education. While we knew that this would be a multi-decade challenge, we did expect to have made more progress. Therefore, Chair, in Gauteng, we have adopted a set of elevated priorities for education, which responds to key challenges facing the people of the province. We need to ensure that education contributes to the reduction of inequalities in our population, Foremost among the challenges is access to quality schooling in communities we live in and to respond to the high levels of migration into the province. We are committed to ensuring that all phases of education are progressively targeted and that all grades will benefit from interventions that are designed to ensure that the root causes that are peculiar to the schools and the grade are addressed. At the center of the framework is a commitment to deliver quality education in the classroom every day. Our approach is focused on aligning the whole system to support these interventions to ensure that we use our scarce resources in a targeted school-based approach to support classroom practices in improving learner performance and attainment in a sustainable way. The 2024 Gauteng education budget is driven by our national and provincial goals and elevated priorities. However, stringent budget realities have created a challenge in managing the tensions between key outputs and resources more effective. Notwithstanding any of these challenges, we will continue to strive for better education in Gauteng. The budget stands at 63.4 billion, which will be used to accelerate our plight for better and more equitable education in the province. Of this, this is 6.2% increase from the main appropriation of 59.7 in the 2023 financial year. Of this, 46 billion or 72.6% is in compensation of employees, 7.89 billion is for transfers and subsidies, and for budget infrastructure, we have allocated 2.6 billion and leaving another 7 billion for programs, nutrition, transport, and other goods and services. We also welcome the conditional grants from the basic education budget to support improved education delivery in the province and schools. So the 2023-24 conditional grant budget amounts to 3.2 billion, which is 1.7 billion allocated for education infrastructure, 36.3 million for HIV and AIDS, grant 1 billion allocated for nutrition program, 60 million for maths, it's an MST grant, 36 million for disability, profound intellectual disability grant, and 246 million for ECD. We also welcome the continuation of Funza Lushaka Puzzle Scheme, which will continue to produce the number of teachers to fulfill the provincial requirement of teacher shortages and contain the impact of rapidly aging teacher workforce. In the 2023 department, we endeavor to improve our matric pass rate to 90% and the bachelor pass rate to 50%. For us to be able to do this, we will continue to support the SIP, which is in its 13th year, with the aim of assisting 456 priority underperforming schools who have performed less than 80% in the 2022 National Senior Certificate. And we will support in the form of working centers and during school residential camps across all districts leading up to the end of year exams. We will continue, Chair, investing in the skills of the future. We have recently, as a province, launched the multi-certification program in Katlehong School of Specialization, which will equip learners from grade 1 to 12 with skills that are not offered through the academic syllabus. These include coding, robotics, rocketry, drone technology, sign language, and more, meaning that learners will get a skill every year until grade 12. They will have 12 additional certificates as opposed to having one of the NEC after 12 years of schooling. We will continue our rollout for the School of Specialization. We have rolled out 22 of them. We are also launching one next week, an all-girls school, which will focus on media and communication. We aim to conclude the schools of specialization, 35 of them, by the end of the year, 2024. We will continue to invest in ECD, pre-grade R and grade R programs. We will work to ensure that all learners entering schooling system have participated in ECD, regardless of their socioeconomic status. We will continue to roll out ECD in residential hostels within the TEACH program of our province. So far, we have rolled out ECD centers in 6 hostels, namely Denver, Mzimhlope, Sebokeng, Boipatong, and Kwatema hostels, and we'll continue to roll out these ECD centers in the other 15 hostels in our province. We are building an ECD of the Future Center in Soshanguve, in Tshwane, to the tune of 29 million, which will, amongst others, will be piloting coding and robotics which will gradually be introduced into the curriculum to meet the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. So the department will be rolling out this pilot by March 2024. In integration, the rehabilitation of learners into welfare and wellness programs, children in conflict with the law and placed on child and youth care centers by court order who have completed their rehabilitation must be reintegrated into schools. So scholastic baseline assessment will be conducted to understand the learners' curriculum support needs. As per policy, we will develop individual support plans to ensure that catching up and with learning content for them to progress with their age cohort. Similarly, we will be dealing with children utilizing substance drugs among them. The department will also work with rehab centers to develop learning activity packs to support these learners during the rehabilitation period and ensure their reintegration into the schooling system. On school safety, in collaboration with the Department of Community Safety, CPF, and SAPS, we'll be implementing our school safety patroller program, mainly in our township schools. We'll be rolling out this to 1,700 township schools with a focus of the 275 schools that we have identified as high-risk schools. We will be recruiting 5,000 plus patrollers who will assist us to provide learner and safety monitoring on a 24-hour basis, including access control, monitor activities around the school perimeters, and support teachers on playground duties. We will continue with the poverty alleviation programs, free education. We are providing free education in 1,387 schools for 1.5 million learners, school nutrition to 1.6 million learners, scholar transport to 210,000 learners, and we will continue with our Wednesday Schools program for all our learners, particularly focusing on these sporting codes: athletics, football, swimming, cricket, volleyball, rugby, netball, chess, and boxing. On infrastructure, along with the 18 BFI funded projects, overall school building program consists of 35 new schools that we'll be building as a province, 18 BFI funded, 17 through our GDE new and replacement schools. Over 1.6 billion will be spent the next 3 years.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. In closing, it is against the social pressure that we unreservedly support the Minister's thrust for quality education and support the 2023 budget for basic education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chilwane. Thank you. We will now continue and call on the Honorable Esli Hihi of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Modula Stilo, this year the Economic Freedom Fighters celebrate 10 years. Let me join my colleague of the EFF or the EFF in wishing this mighty organization a happy 10th anniversary. As we celebrate 10 years of fearlessness and dedication to the cause for free quality education and economic freedom in our lifetime. And as such, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget for the Department of Basic Education. We reject the budget of department that has reduced education to a mockery and failed dismissal in the procurement and access to free education. The latest progress in international reading and literacy study reading results show that 81% of South African kids in grade 4 perform the worst of all participating countries and can't read for meaning. This an increase from the previous 78% from 2016. What is concerning to note is that English and African schools did not experience a decline as compared to most African language schools, which showed a decline. This department has also failed to deliver basic infrastructure needs for conducive education of our children. Schools in rural KwaZulu-Natal experience shortage of desks and chairs for their children at school. The Constitution entitles every learner at public schools to be provided with
prescribed textbooks, yet at the beginning of every year, there are reports of schools without. And every other day, we hear reports of the appalling states of sanitation facilities in rural schools in Eastern Cape and Limpopo province, with preschoolers failing in pit, littering and drowning in feces. The recent storms in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal have further added the infrastructure backlogs that already exist in the Department of Education, and Education Department has failed to treat this matter with any sense of urgency. Thank you. Overcrowding and lack of resources still plagues schools across the country. This despite a commitment made from the Department of Basic Education to reduce overcrowding in schools. Chairperson, despite the Constitution demands to transform education, every year, all three levels of these departments are dragged to court over the basics: teachers, furnitures, textbooks, classrooms, transport, and toilets. This department parades itself as improving the quality of education for Black children, yet it is worsening it. The education sector is nowhere near being transformed. We have here in this department a system that offers the Black majority poor, a low standard of education. Millions of children are illiterate, semi-illiterate, and millions are not in schools. The department fails to cater for the poverty-stricken children and children-headed households through the national school nutrition programs. And under this ministry watch, schools have turned into violent spaces. Not only has the department failed to deliver basic infrastructure needs for conducive education of our children, it has also failed to ensure that it employs a sufficient number of qualified teachers to teach learners at acceptable teacher-learner ratios. Teaching and other related posts remain vacant, even though such posts will have already been budgeted for. Minister, the department which you are leading must aim higher. We must reimagine and transform education into passionate aspect of learning. What is needed is for the Department of Basic Education to bring solutions. What is needed is budget that takes account of crises we have in education and programs to address learning losses. We reject the budget of department which has long records of neglect of the basic education sector, and by extension its neglect of the lives of millions of our children whose future depends on their ability to acquire decent education today. Chairperson, as we celebrate 10 years anniversary of the only organization that belongs to Black people in this country, the Economic Freedom Fighters invite all teachers and learners to come and celebrate with us at FNB Stadium on the 29th of July. We also invite them to donate to the movement by simply sending EFF donation to 38172, and you will donate 10 Rand. You can donate multiple times. There is no limit. Lastly, Chairperson, this budget is ignorant to the needs and cries of our children in schools. It is for those reasons given that we reject this budget. Ke a leboga, Modulasetulo.
I think it's very unethical. I think it's very unethical to reject the budget, but use it as a place to fundraise. Order. I want to repeat what I just said. I think it's very unethical to reject the budget, but use the platform to fundraise. Let's continue with the debate. And then call Honorable Mbali Fraser, KwaZulu-Natal MEC Education.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister for Basic Education, Honorable Mam Angie Motshekga, Deputy Minister Dr. Mhaule, MEC present, honorable members, good evening. Allow me to start off by borrowing from the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, who once said, I quote, "Literacy is a bridge from misery to hope. It is a tool for daily life in modern society. It is a bulwark against poverty and a building block of development, an essential complement to investments in roads, dams, clinics, and factories. Literacy is a platform for democratization and a vehicle for the promotion of cultural and national diversity," unquote. Despite the considerable progress made by our ANC-led democratic government in improving the social well-being of the majority, South Africa, as well as our predominantly rural province of KwaZulu-Natal, still faces the devastating challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment because of the imbalances of the past. Throughout history, many of our esteemed leaders, such as Ubabu O.R. Tambo, Dr. Prixley Kaisaka Seme, Mechaloth Maxeke, and others, have consistently emphasized that education remains one of the most powerful tools to alleviate the economic hardships experienced by the majority of our people. Honorable Chairperson, it is precisely for this reason that our ANC-led government has steadfastly persisted in allocating significant resources and funding to ensure that every child can exercise their constitutional right to education within a conducive and safe environment. As the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education, we are grateful for the allocation from the National Department of Basic Education for the 2023-2024 financial year. These substantial funds will be diligently utilized to uphold our commitment of providing accessible quality education to approximately 3 million learners in our province. Among the significant contributions from the National Department to KZN is the Education Infrastructure Grant worth over 2.5 billion. These funds will play a crucial role in implementing priorities projects, including the installation of boreholes in 277 schools to ensure that they have uninterrupted water supply. The department also intends to use some of the funds for the maintenance of 500 KZN schools in 2023-2024 as part of this planned maintenance program. Moreover, this grant includes funds to cover the carry-through cost of repairing and rehabilitating 187 schools that were damaged during the April 2022 floods. Honorable Chairperson, furthermore, we are continuing with the implementation of the National School Nutrition Program, benefiting over 2.4 million learners in 5,446 schools throughout the province.
The program has been allocated a grant. Amongst the priorities is ensuring that our learners receive nutritious meals as expected, as well as to strengthen the recruitment and training of 14,000 volunteers, food handlers. I'm pleased to report that since April 2023, KwaZulu-Natal has been piloting a breakfast program in primary schools, as we recognize the importance of this crucial meal, especially for learners from struggling households. Honorable Chairperson, education is inclusive, and we are committed to providing support to learners with special educational needs through the Learners with Profound Intellectual Disability Grant. This grant will benefit approximately 1,050 learners from special care centers and targeted schools. It also provides for the filling of 36 critical posts, including speech and language therapist, educational psychologist, and physiotherapist. Additionally, the grant will support the monitoring of DSD special care centers and special schools, capacity building for caregivers and educators, as well as the procurement of learning and teaching support materials, toolkits, and assistive devices. To strengthen the educational outcomes in mathematics, science, and technology, KwaZulu-Natal has received an allocation from the National Maths, Science, and Technology Grant. These funds are utilized to supply science resources to our schools, as well as supplying technical secondary schools with the necessary equipment to enhance curriculum delivery and thus increasing the number of suitable, qualified, and technically skilled learners in quintile 1 to 3 schools. Furthermore, the grant supports the purchase of computer hardware, software for coding and robotics, and the implementation of enrichment program to improve learner participation and performance in these subjects. Honorable Chair, we recognize the critical importance of early childhood development in shaping a child's future. To support this, a substantial portion of the Early Childhood Development Grant has been allocated to KwaZulu-Natal for the provision of the subsidies to non-profit organizations delivering ECD services and maintain government-owned ECD centers. By investing in early childhood education, our government is laying a solid foundation for lifelong learning and holistic development. Honorable members, the reality is that we cannot discuss education without addressing the challenges faced by our youth, particularly regarding HIV and AIDS infections. In this regard, the ANC-led government has consistently prioritized rolling out life skills program to increase knowledge and skills in HIV, STIs, TBs, and now COVID-19 prevention amongst the learners. In this financial year, KwaZulu-Natal has been allocated 62.9 million from the HIV and AIDS grant. This will enable the department to roll out targeted initiatives focusing on keeping girls in schools, training educators to implement comprehensive sexuality education, and implementing TB prevention programs. Honorable members, I'm pleased to report that KwaZulu-Natal has effectively implemented the National Mass Employment Program through the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. In the current phase of the program, which commenced in March and will continue until September 2023, an additional 58,000 posts have been provided. This initiative not only addresses unemployment, but also instills valuable skills and opportunities for our youth. In conclusion, as I conclude, Chair, I want to assure the honorable members that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education remains steadfast in its commitment to providing quality education, ensuring no learner is left behind, and transforming our province education system. As President Cyril Ramaphosa remarked during his 2021 Youth Day address, I quote, "It is the singular focus of this administration to ensure that young people are given access to opportunities so they can better themselves, that they can drive change in their communities and contribute to our economy." Together with the support of the Department of Basic Education, under the stewardship of the capable leader, the best amongst us, Umamu Angie, we will continue to invest in our learners, shaping their future and building a prosperous nation. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Sihlalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fraser. We will continue with the debate and we call on Honorable N. Hadebe to continue with the debate. Honorable Hadebe.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members. The Department of Basic Education is a government department that is in charge of shaping the future of this country. Its success in achieving its output determines the overall development goal of government by educating our young people to achieve success. The IFP is concerned that this department lacks sufficient programs to address the issue of the perpetual overcrowding of learners in our public school system. The average class sits at about 31 learners to one teacher, including educators who have fewer students in their specialist teaching subjects. This leaves this figure to be much higher in real terms. Independent studies have indicated that about 80% of learners leaving grade 4 are unable to read for comprehension. Yet, there have been warning signs for years, as according to the Progress in International Reading Literacy Study 2016, a shocking 78% of grade 4 children cannot read for meaning in any language. With statistics like this showing a regression of literacy in South Africa, it is at a crisis stage of learning development. It is increasingly worrying that the problems facing this department has not been taken into account. We asked the minister why there is no specific national reading plan, no proper budget, no accurate reporting, and no progress on implementing vital interventions. Honorable Chairperson, it is quite evident that part of the problem in schools is that the learning environment for many is unconducive. Learners' classrooms are overcrowded, insufficiently equipped with proper learning material, and what little infrastructure exists is not maintained or very old. The government's plan to bring in the fourth industrial revolution to schools will only serve to benefit the already privileged children of this country. For the underprivileged, especially the rural-based children, the realities of crossing rivers, catching unroadworthy public transport, and attending schools that do not possess the basic clean and safe infrastructure is prevalent. The existence of pit latrines in South Africa is something that this and the past administration have failed to address for the children of this country. It is no wonder the youth grow to become resentful and distrusting of the government, as poor basic infrastructure in schools did not promote effective, clean, safe, and encouraging learning. This cannot be the case that a learner's number one thought before they think of studies is whether they will survive a toilet break or the journey to and from school. Unfortunately, the people of this country will never see prosperous times until we take out the need for self-enrichment, corruption, and maladministration that is so evident in the governing party. Good financial control is not always the case for the building of schools, as well as infrastructure in schools, as there have been probes and investigations made into irregularities in tenders awarded by the Department of Education throughout the country over the past decades. One such example is the 2.1 billion school feeding tender that failed to deliver meals to more than 5,000 impoverished schools. While we note this is a provincial
As you
matter,
conclude,
this
Honourable
department
Member.
should have exercised oversight as to what the provinces are doing with the tenders to implement the feeding program. It is not acceptable for the minister to act so shocked to this issue only when it reaches the public knowledge. If the minister is not exercising a good working relationship with provincial departments, how can she fully know the details of the progress towards reaching the national
Honourable Member, your time is up.
program? The IFP Honourable Chairperson supports the budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will continue. We will now call on the Honourable W. Outcome to continue with the debate. Outcome.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable the Minister of Basic Education's fellow South Africans, the failures by your department, Honourable Minister, through you, Deputy Chair, is one of the biggest problems facing South Africans. A country that does not have a strong basic education system is a country that will be gripped by the tentacles of poverty for years to come. This failure is evident if we listen to the statistics that was given today, where we heard that 8 out of 10 learners in grade 4 cannot read for meaning. In any language, not only in English, in their own home languages. That shows the neglect for home language education that we also see in this country, including Afrikaans. It happens. It happens in my province, the Northern Cape, where I come from, Honourable Minister. But, Honourable Minister, how do you expect the people of South Africa to trust you when the basics of basic education are neglected by you and your department? What you did not tell us, Honourable Minister, is the fact that out of the 33 countries that form part of this study, South Africa exhibited the largest decline. You failed to mention that to us. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, after the COVID-19 pandemic, the only province that put interventions in place to bridge learning losses due to the pandemic was the DA-run Western Cape government, who with their #Back on Track campaign allocated 1.2 billion rands for activities such as tutoring, Saturday classes, and holiday camps for grade 4 to grade 12 learners. A further 118 million rand was allocated by the Western Cape government for grade R to grade 3 learners. Honourable Minister, this was done by the Western Cape government, but not by one of the 8 other provinces in this country. Not even your own department gave any money. That was confirmed by the Honourable Christians today, when she said that there is no national plan or budget to address these learning losses. Honourable Minister, is this maybe due to the fact that the budget for basic education is 3 times less than that for the budget of higher education? We need to spend more on basic education. Honourable Minister, your department's failure not only to protect, but also to promote mother tongue education, as I've said earlier, is one of the main reasons why we are experiencing these failures in our basic education system. Rather than to implement doomed policies, such as are envisaged in the Bella Bill, this government's policies must start to show that we trust the people of South Africa, that we trust them in their communities, with their democratically elected SGBs, to know what is best there in their communities. And not government, they do, they live there. In all of the debates, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, that we had thus far on the appropriation bill, we heard how the ANC played the race card and also blamed apartheid for all their failures
without giving attention to its own failures over the last 3 decades. This was done again today in this debate by the Honorable Nchabeleng. Honorable Chairperson, let's make one thing crystal clear. Apartheid was wrong. We will never go back there, and we should never go back there. That was a deplorable system. But I can promise you one thing, Honorable Nchabeleng, don't underestimate the intelligence of the people of South
As you
Africa.
conclude, Honorable.
They know that we will never go back. They don't fall for your fear-mongering anymore. And I promise you one thing, they are sick and tired of your promises and the excuses that you use for your failures. Deputy Chairperson, the time for change in South Africa is coming. And I can promise you the disgruntled learners of this country will come for the ANC in 2024 when they elect a democratically new dawn in the DA. Thank you very much. The Democratic Alliance does not support this.
As we continue, we will now call on the Honorable Ayn Tsube to continue with the debate. Honorable Tsube.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Chairperson, the Chief Whip, the House Chairs, and then permanent and special delegates, the MECs present here, the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we're debating an important question in our society during an important month in our political calendar. June is a youth month. It was the month of June 1976 when young people took to the streets to protest against Bantu education and apartheid as an unjust and inhuman political system in our country. Many young people lost their lives during the student uprising, including Hector Peterson, who was shot dead by the apartheid regime. These young people were killed for demanding what was just for them, an educational system that is democratic, progressive, and imbued with values of Ubuntu. Such educational system will address the legacy of colonialism and apartheid and bring about improved living conditions for our people. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the 1976 was not only about abolishing of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, but the youth of 76 took Afrikaans as a symbol of socially, politically, economically, and culturally abusive system of society. 47 years later, Deputy Chairperson, after the uprising, the children of former slave and colonial masters have the audacity to lecture us in this house about the inclusive educational system, its role for a developmental society. We must refuse to disabuse ourselves that the opposition can offer a real alternative to the challenges we are faced with. The evidence has proven us right that their mission is only to topple the ANC out of power and do nothing with the very same power that they dream to have. Where they are leading chairperson, it's a mess. Others chairperson, they are using this important debate to profile and promote their party at the expense of our people. And I think they've exposed themselves that they are not an alternative because nothing significant they've said today except to claim his victories and promote their party. Our people must see through them and come back to the mighty African National Congress so that we can move together and resolve our issues in pursuit of the National Democratic Revolution. We accept, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, that there are challenges. However, our intervention speaks volume in our endeavor to resolve them. The longest serving president of the African National Congress, President Oliver Tambo, argued that a country, a movement, and a person that does not value its youth children does not deserve its future because the children of any nation are its future. As we are debating this in this August House, we must always be mindful whatever decision we take has a huge bearing on the future of this country. Chairperson, our ANC-led government is taking seriously the future of the children of the country to ensure that there is no young person that is left behind through various policy interventions to improve teaching and teacher development programs. For a number of years since our democratic breakthrough in 1994, we recorded a low numbers of people enrolling in higher education institutions to take up teaching qualifications. At the same time, many people left teaching professionals as a result of various opportunities brought to them by democratization of our government. Some people left the educational system as a result of a new democratized and progressive syllabus. In addition, our democratic government recognized the need to produce a new cadre, a crop of teachers who will take seriously the work of building our nation as informed by Constitution and values of Ubuntu as core values. The ANC-led government through Funza Lushaka Bazari scheme, Deputy Chairperson, has managed to enroll many young people to take up teaching as an important career choice to improve teaching and teacher development within the educational system. Through Funza Lushaka scheme, our government is now able to place graduates to various government schools to fill in vacancies of permanent basis. According to the recent report, out of 4,348 teaching students have benefited from this multi-year teaching program. 1,394 individuals were unplaced. We call upon the department to ensure that these individuals who have not been placed are placed before the end of this year, Chairperson, as there are many schools who are shortage of teachers, particularly in the villages and in our township. Deputy Chairperson, we call upon the basic education to prioritize placing these graduates to improvised areas such as rural areas and township schools where there is a teaching shortages. We further want to call upon the department to encourage enrolling learners who will be studying towards teaching subject in mathematics, science, technologies, as they're important for the development of our society. Curriculum transformation and curriculum for the changing world, robotics and coding. We must commend our ANC-led government for taking a decisive decision to transform our school curriculum and introduce a curriculum that is revolutionizing the world. The introduction of the robotics and coding as a subject in government schools. Honorable Deputy Chair, we are living in a very dynamic world, and some experts have suggested that we are living in what we have termed as a knowledge economy. We are said to be living in a modern post-agricultural, post-industrial global market. In other words, the idea of knowledge economy is predicted on the idea that information and knowledge are driving forces behind the societal advancement or development. In a knowledge economy, a strong emphasis is placed on the capacity to capitalize on scientific breakthroughs and application of basic and applied research. This is only possible in society where there is a strong emphasis of information and communication technology. The South African economy is fast moving away from machine labor-intensive economy towards knowledge-intensive services such as finance, insurance, business, communication, community, social and personal services, as they're becoming the main contributors to the country's gross domestic product. It is our considered view that through the implementation of a new curriculum, our country will be able to respond to the knowledge economy. Teaching, coding, and robotics to our young people means that they will be able to participate meaningfully to the economy of our country. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as you would know, our education system is three-stream model: the academic, the technical, vocational, and technical occupational streams. Although we have these three streams, we have over the years emphasized the academic stream over the technical, vocational, and technical occupational streams. Even though they are important for the development of our economy, the country as a whole, as they relate to the social and economical infrastructure. Through academic streams, we have managed to produce university graduates who have acquired soft skills which are not really in demand of our economy at the present moment. As the African National Congress, we are convinced that we need to promote two other streams, the technical, vocational, and technical occupational models. Our country is in dire need of hard skills of construction, electronics, and mechanicals. We are facing challenges relating to aging and broken infrastructure, which require skilled personnel in civil and mechanical engineering. By promoting acquisition of technical and vocational and technical occupational skills. We are guaranteed as a country to respond to the social infrastructure challenges, but also to address high unemployment rate of young people in the country. We'll be ensuring that no young person is left behind under this program. Honorable members, our hard-won democracy will be meaningless if we still have a black learners not taking up science, technologies, engineering, and mathematics as subjects of choice during their school years. In the past, we know some of us were not culturally and intellectually suited to learn to be taught this critical subject at school. There are still teachers within the system who still have these negative assumptions, particularly as they relate to the Black woman. It is our responsibility, chairperson, as the ruling party and society at large, especially those that are involved in the education sector, to ensure we increase the importance of Black girls and boys enrolling in science, technology, engineering, mathematics subject at schools at an early age. We must ensure that no learner who has the ability to succeed in these subjects is denied an opportunity to take up these important fields of study. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress, we are concerned about the number of learners who are dropping out of school before attaining grade 12 or before attaining technical, vocational, and technical occupational certificates. There are many factors that contribute to these learners dropping out of schools, ranging from domestic issues to alcoholism, drug abuse, and substance abuse in some instances. And the response to this needs multi-pronged approach to address this matter. We commend the measure that the department has put in place to address this issue, such as school nutrition, learner transport, encouraging schools to employ professional psychologists, the learner support agents, and partnerships that have been developed in some stakeholders in the sector. Honorable members, Minister Njimutser acknowledged in a budget vote speech that devastating impact of COVID-19 on the education sector, not only as it relates to a number of people whose lives were lost, but also on teaching and learning. She further acknowledged that the damage done by the COVID-19 has no quick fix, but a long and tedious process for learners to catch up. This might take us years to achieve it, but we must strive to do it. However, we are confident that the school recovery plan of department is fully implemented by all, will yield a positive results in the near future, and we hope that stakeholders will support its implementation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, ANC-led government is committed to improving education outcomes through improving conditions of teaching and learning. Our democratic government has prioritized development and expansion of school infrastructure that has modern facilities to respond to the demands of our economy. In many schools, our ANC-led government has built since new dispensation. The infrastructure has science laboratories, libraries, sports facilities, which will make it easy for teaching and learning to take place and also increase healthy lifestyle among learners. We further wish to commend the efforts of the department to ensure that we improve the learner-teacher ratio in one teacher per 35 learners. Minister, we are calling upon you to abolish the quintiles by nationalizing all the private schools for free, fair, and equal education for all. This is the call that we have been making from the COSAS, and fill the existing funded vacant posts in the next 3 months into all departments across the country and employ teachers across the country. Chairperson, in conclusion, in 1997, Professor Bengu wrote in white paper that the post-apartheid South Africa has identified education as a tool to reverse 300 years of slavery and 45 years of apartheid. Now, Chairperson, we are calling on the Minister of Finance to dedicate more resources on the basic education for us to be able to have a prosperous South Africa, because it's only what you do in the basic education that will give the outlook of our society. We must invest in the capacity, Honorable Minister, as the state, and manufacture our own internal things. We must, at least in 2030, manufacture cars and mobile devices to be used by Africans rather than importing and us spending billions of billions per year to purchase BMWs, Mercedes, iPhones, and Hawaii. We must build a state capacity for us to be able to respond to the demands of our people. As the African National Congress Deputy Chairperson, we are confident that this budget, as presented by the Minister Motshekga, will continue to improve education outcomes through improved conditions of teaching and learning. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntube. Honorable members, we will now call on the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Angelina Motshekga, to conclude the debate.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me thank the different members of the NCOP and from provinces who participated in the debate, and want to say, as usual, we always do find helpful and useful comments that inform the work that we do. I want to thank you, Chair, for acknowledging our work, for also acknowledging our courageous stance to participate in PILS. The NDP calls for it, and I repeat, we don't go there to go and compete with Singapore, Hong Kong, Russia, England, Finland, Poland, Chinese, Taipei, and Sweden, which are your top countries in the PILS process. We go there to learn from the best. That's what we go there, not to compete to be number 1 or number 3. We go there knowing that we are a very fragile system that has to continue to learn. So we also are proud that we are a real courageous government. We are the only 3 African countries that participate. In the past, there were only 2 of us in Morocco. In the South, there are no countries that go there. So we're competing with the rich North. So we don't go there with any illusions that we're going to beat Russia. We're told Russia, 5% of Russians are non-readers, which means 95% reads. It says us as South Africans, as adults, even those that can read, don't read. It says 85% of South Africans don't read. They don't bring books in their homes. There's no reading culture. So we have to all live together and not point fingers at the problem, at each other. We said yesterday when we were with NGOs, we have to point fingers at the problem. And that's what we have to do. So it's very important, Chair. And also, I'm very grateful again, Chair, that we have support about ECD, because indeed ECD is extremely important to really set out the good foundations for our children. And I fully agree with members who are advocating for mother tongue instructions. I'm one of the proponents of mother tongue instructions. We have a very powerful program which was done by the Eastern Cape. They ran a 12-year study which confirms the importance of mother tongue instructions, and also did lots of work around the development of isiXhosa and Sesotho as languages of learning. And what was very interesting about their finding is that kids who were taught in isiXhosa and Sesotho were performing even better in maths and sciences compared to kids who were taught in another language. But what was more even beautiful is that those kids even performed better in English than the kids who were using English as a language of instruction. So there's lots to learn from there. And to remember, Christian, really, if I'm to answer, to see if I expected anything better. So I'll be wasting my time really, It will really mean that and even for me to be playing children's game, there's a Western Cape, and there is just childish games, because I'm not going to stand here and say the KZN literacy program is good. It has the following programs. Go and read. You'll see which program in terms of your reading program is powerful, but I'm not going to be playing children's game. And I'm glad that Member Gadi says we have to look at issues, monitor issues of repetition, of dropout rates. Those things are very important to us as people who really come back from the bottom. Mr. De Bruyn, I was very happy when you went to Afrikaans, because I didn't even hear, because I knew I was not expecting anything better. So you helped me by going into Afrikaans, but can say the little ahead, I can tell you that I'm not going to be bothered about people who are stuck in the past. We have children to raise and we have a country to build. And that's what it is. And this Pinayatwen.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Detone.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Minister is misleading the House. She's talking out of this. She's talking with two
But
tongues.
Chair, that is not a point
In the
of
one
order, Chair.
sentence she
No,
says
no,
she's
that is not a point
supporting
of
mother
order,
tongue
Chairperson.
education. The Constitution states that all languages must be protected. And now in this House,
Deputy Chair.
where we've got interpretation services, she's attacking the Honorable De Bruin for speaking Afrikaans in his mother tongue, which is allowed. We were just reprimanded earlier when the Honorable Dangor, who's left the House early, indicated that the then acting chair is allowed to speak in her mother tongue.
Honorable Detone, you are taking a long time. What is the point of order?
Please, Chair,
Let's go
be
directly
constant
to
with
the-
your rulings.
So, Honorable Minister, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I said, I can't.
Honorable Chair, u bakla naku bua Setswana utla sintle. Vula setsebe kikopa.
And then,
Honorable Detone, now you are really out of order. You are, and you know it. I want
And I
to say
can
like the
also
Honorable
promise-
when you say we all have the rule book, read it, and you know which rule you've transgressed.
And I can promise these members in the NCOP, if we are going to pills, with pills, because pills also requires you to listen. It's also about listening skills. It's about interpreting skills properly, but it's also meaning that we have to apply that which we are told to work. So it's not simply reading words, but it's applying knowledge. And as I say, I have no doubt that the brain was going to remain in pills. He was not going to come out. Because the significance of pills, Chair, as I say, as one of the few countries, we are undertaking roadshows to make sure that more South Africans participate. And again, I want to say, Mr. Bacher, that we will allow a small group of people to use language to discriminate against people in a public school. It's not going to happen. It's the right, these are public schools and they have to be open to anybody. So if those SGBs are going to protect language rights, then there's a problem. And then now we shouldn't allow it. So don't even get there. Because the common sense.
Honorable members, Honorable Badenhorst, Honorable Aukam, read Rule 47 and 48. And then you will understand why I'm saying you can heckle, but you cannot converse aloud and you cannot interrupt someone on the platform. Continue.
And as fellow South Africans, I really want to appeal to my fellow South Africans to say, because it's liberating and developing, and I think you need it. I mean, listening to some comrades just say, thanks God, we have these MECs and these kinds of ANC people who debated here, and it's quite clear in their hands, the hands of the ANC and the ruling party, the future is bright. And can say to Lihihi, there's great hope. And it's a pity, and there is no hope. So, Babu Hatebe, wherever you are, say reading for meaning also requires you to ask the right questions, understand the matter at hand, and that's what it's all about. So they've heard that children can't read, they don't know what is the context, what are the issues, and they have to be repeating children can't read. And they heard it from us. It didn't come from them. They had it from the information from us. Instead of saying, what are the issues? Better, they hit from nowhere. So I don't have time. I will be reading, answering, but let me thank members. Let me thank members here and say, aqeqeshiwe kodwa amaqabane ANC bethu basibuleleni bavakele umehluko siyabulela bethu.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Some people are just unruly for nothing.
Wonderful.
Order. Can we have
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates.
Children still can't read, Minister.
That concludes the debate and the business of the day. Let me thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the permanent delegates that are here, as well as the special delegates and MECs, as well as SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, I know you are tired, but sometimes we must be very patient. And I just want to repeat to all the members, tomorrow, if those that are going are going against the rules that I have stated today, if I am presiding, you know what will happen. The House stands adjourned.